Hi, welcome everybody. I'll just make sure I've got my right paperwork here. So what I'm going to do first is welcome. I'll do some introductions first, and then we'll follow some procedural things, and then we'll get kicked off. So my name's Tracy Patterson. I am the chair for today. I'm also a commissioner and a councillor for the Central Otago District Council.
It's Martin McPherson, Commissioner and Councillor for the Vincent Ward. Welcome.
And I'm Sarah Brown, Commissioner and Councillor for Central Otago Council. And can I say in advance, I've got a broken back at the moment. I'm sitting here stable right now. If I do jump up at any point, just ignore me. I'll just stand up. I'm going right, I'm fine. But every now and again, I just get a whinge. I'll just stand up and get rid of it. So don't mind me dancing around. Try and ignore it.
No dance.
Just warn you in advance.
No dance.
I wasn't very good before, so sorry.
I'm Jessie Dick and I'm the Hearings Administrator.
I've been contracted to this and report on this application by the council. I work for SLR Consulting and I'm the author of the 42A report.
Hi, I'm Jenny Grimmett. I own Down to Earth Planning and I'm the planning consultant for the applicants, which is Steve and Janice Hoare.
Nice to meet you all. Okay, so this is a properly convened meeting. The hearings panel called for the purposes of a hearing for a resource consent application, and that is for land use consent at 18 McLean Road, Northburn. Correct? Okay, I'll ask the minute secretary to report on the proceedings to date.
Statutory requirements under Section 95 of the Resource Management Act have been complied with. The Section 42A report prepared by the planning consultant has been circulated to address for service.
So obviously the following procedure will be followed. The panel is going to ask questions. Council officers will be able to direct any questions or points of clarification through the chair, and the chair shall be deemed to be the person asking the questions. The applicant or the applicant's representative will be invited to make submissions and present evidence. 42A report writer will be invited to provide a right of reply, and we have the additional information here. Ms. Banks is presented today. But before proceeding, is there any procedural matters that
Yes. The only thing I have is it has been covered in Ms. Banks' report where I wrote my evidence and said we'd agreed with the conditions, but we would like to either delete or change condition 9B, and we've agreed on the final wording, and that's covered in that.
Okay, thank you. And obviously Sarah, Councillor Commissioner Brown has told us about her back. And just the other thing is that this is a public hearing and it is recorded. Okay, and it's on the YouTube channel at some point in the future.
Maybe I can get up and dance.
Yeah.
By the end of this.
So, okay. Right, can I move that the 42A report be accepted? Thank you, Martin and Sarah. And we'll take it as read. Okay, Jenny, I will turn it over to you.
Hi, thank you everybody, commissioners and members of the public and Kim, and you're the media, sorry. I'm Jenny Grimmett and I've written the evidence that I'm assuming you've read before I came, so I'll just be as brief as possible. I don't want to repeat anything. It's a 2-lot subdivision at 18 McLean Road with a single-storey dwelling on the vacant lot, which is number lot 2. Non-complying activity in the large lot residential zone precinct 2 because of the area of the lots. Also proposing to relocate a right-of-way which currently goes down just south of the northern boundary. We're going to move it over to the northern boundary, and that's been agreed to by the owner of number 16, which is the property to the east of the application site, which is lot 1 DP 4839. We're also having a right-of-way for access to the property that is 6 metres wide. It tapers just slightly as it joins up with the driveway. That's all been agreed with council's engineer. Servicing and access have been agreed with the council's engineer. The water supply is a combination of a bore and a Northburn water supply, which is currently, I think it's the only property that's actually got 2 water supplies on it, which is one of the helpful, unique things. So that's been agreed, and that was where that condition that we asked to have amended, because it's a private water supply, so it needed to have not have a meter in the lot. It's already at the supply place. And the key issues that we were really trying to address is the character of the zone. The rules and the objectives and policies for the large lot residential zone is trying to manage a particular character that is open space and the larger, lower density development. So what we've done is we've kept it to a small footprint. The lots are 10%, 10.75% site coverage, which is well below the 15% site coverage. The height of the building is 5.5 with the chimney to 6.5. The actual maximum height in the zone is 7.5, so we're well under that. In addition to meeting all the setbacks and height recession planes, we've offered an extra 12-metre setback on the northern boundary, so a no-build area, which will keep the open nature of the property. We have proposed additional planting and maintaining and progressively replacing planting, particularly on the southern boundary. We've identified the areas that need to be kept, so either replaced with something similar up to a height that will be acceptable to that neighbour, and that's been discussed with the neighbour as part of the consultation when they got the written approvals. We've gained the written approvals from the 3 properties to the north, east and south, which you can see on the map there, the adjoining ones. And we also got written approval from Department of Conservation and the local branch of the Fish and Game Council. We have provided evidence that we believe the proposal will not create an adverse resident effect or adversely impact the integrity of the district plan, the sufficient uniqueness of the proposal and the site, the other sites don't have the same features that could actually allow that. They've already got buildings in place and the site coverage is already sort of at that level. Plus all the extra offers that we've given that are beyond what the district plan can actually do, we've added, so that we've also imposed colour conditions which aren't in the district plan for this zone, and we've offered a no future residential units, which is also much more than what the district plan or the national policy has been promoting, on top of the landscape planting. And all future proposals, if someone wanted to do something similar, would be subject to district plan rules, and they would be assessed on their merits at that time. And we don't believe that they would be able to do what we're proposing and, rush off with the precedent effect. So we're hoping on that basis that we've got this high quality proposal that won't upset anybody, will maintain and enhance the character of the area and in the way the district plan would like, and all the servicing and access can be done in a way that doesn't impact on anything adversely, and will be safe and efficient use of the roads in the area. And that we hope on that basis you would be happy to agree with the recommendation and conditions in Ms. Banks' report.
Okay. Is there anything further that you guys would like to add in relation to the application?
I don't think so. It's been very well documented. I'll just be repeating further information we already have. Yeah. If you have any questions, by all means.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so either of you two like to answer the process?
What is your, I said, what is your jam? You go.
Yeah. Okay, so just with regards to I've got lots of little sticky notes and it refers me back to some of my questions, so bear with me. With regards to the flexibility that you've requested in relation to the house design, and that's on page, let me just double check what page that is on yours. This is page 3 of the section 42A. Okay, so on the 42A, the 42A report writer refers to some flexibility requested
Oh, yes.
to allow minor changes. Can you explain what minor changes you would be
I guess
anticipating?
the plans are concept. So initially there was there are two different roof designs. One's sloping one way and one sloping the other way. It's the same height, looks the same, but it just depends on the final detailed design. There might be some minor tweaks with the footprint. It wouldn't go over, you wouldn't notice the size of the house. It wouldn't change it, or it wouldn't breach any more conditions. It's just to make things work better on the site if engineering, like in terms of doing the earthworks and setting up the site, if it's like slightly oriented slightly differently. That's pretty much the.
Yes, very.
Yeah.
Look, it's very minor.
It won't alter the size of the house or the
No.
heights that
No,
you
no,
put
no.
into the
Yeah.
application.
Yeah.
Okay.
And will still fully comply with all the conditions in terms of setbacks and things that we've offered.
In relation to the setbacks, and you mentioned it just before, and you may have to point to your specific map, whichever specific map is going to be applicable. The 12-metre setback on the northern boundary. Can you explain to me, because there's just double check. So this is
The 12 metres from this. Yeah, just the ball.
So if you are looking at the scheme plan, which is that one, it's the northern boundary, so the top of the page, and it's essentially 12 metres along in from that boundary all the way along. So it will not be allowed to have any buildings. Part of that 6 metres of that is already right of way, but that will basically add another 6 metres.
Yep, so the 6 metre right of way plus 6 metres from the boundary.
So that will keep the
makes
12
sense.
metre strip.
Okay. Wanted to confirm that.
That keeps the view for that owner that's on the eastern side behind the, looking towards the lake as well.
Okay. Okay, and in relation to the mature trees on the site, can you explain anything in there? I mean, obviously, the planting. Is there anything in there that requires planting? Protecting.
If you turn to the landscape plan, I'm sorry, I've only got a black and white one, but it's essentially on the southern boundary, there's some irregular oval shapes. Areas to be retained as mitigation flexibly withdrawn. They are the key ones that have to remain either so that they can do with a suitable height. Because then none of them are in particularly good condition, but they provide that screening. And the other plantings are those plantings.
No. So that's the ones surrounded with the red.
Yes. Are these existing as well there? There's some that are existing in amongst these other ones, but there's a landscape plan in the application that talks about what's new and what's old. Can I get Mr. Hoare to explain, because he's negotiated with the neighbours?
Yeah, so the plantings on particularly on that southern boundary, that is very old. Significant state of disrepair. Most of the plantings down there was very old plum trees and what have you, and the neighbours actually had requested we move them, which we've sort of started in consultation with the neighbours and done replanting as well. So hard to sort of describe what it was like, but it was very, very unkept, and sort of just being a process of just tidying it up irrespective of whatever. Just to tidy up the whole property for the neighbours, really, because they were looking out into it. So they're very much on board with the plantings we've done.
So I've already started a native planting plan.
Okay, that's great. I guess there's nothing that usually riles neighbours up as arguments about trees.
I think this has been an opportunity to sort of improve it for them down a bit, and some of it will be a bit lower than what it is at the moment. Because and that they can get a bit of better view as well.
Thank you. Now, you mentioned about the water, and throughout the application, the documentation that we have in front of us, there seems to be that the existing bore is going to be retained on the original lot, and the lot to the rear and the new it's going to be transferred through. The water entitlement under the beam is going to be transferred through. Can you talk me through how that process has arrived and why the rear lot isn't going to be connected to the scheme as well?
Well, the Northbound Water Scheme is just it's allocated into lots per property, and the existing property currently has two water supplies, and the scheme just allows for one allocation per house. So we've approached them, and the most practical option was to transfer the existing Northbound Water Scheme to the potential new and maintain the bore supply with the existing house. Yeah,
Yeah, so is that obviously from the documentation, it appears that is quite a set rule in stone from the Northbound
It
Water
doesn't
Scheme.
sound like they are willing to have an extra connection to the Northbound. So there's two supplies on site now.
Yeah.
One is the Northbound, it will go to the new lot, and the other one's the bore, and it will go to lot one. And the volume is in the documents, I think, and I've put in my evidence, the volumes are well more than what's required from council's requirements, and will be treated to make sure they meet the relevant standards, regardless of whether it's required to be or not.
it doesn't need two water supplies on one servicing one property. There's quite a large volume available on each individual supply. So yes.
So there's maybe a typo. And this is just wanted to confirm with you the actual. So this is page 28 of the section 42 our report. It refers to and maybe Ms. Banks will confirm whether this is a typo in her version as well. The actual size of the maximum floor area. So my understanding was 285, and in the land in the conditions, the original ones has got 285. Just wanted to be sure that we are talking about the exact same sizes here. It's under the condition
It should be 285.
285, so it might be just a typo.
I think that was intended to allow that extra 10 metre
Oh,
squares.
if we,
10 metre squares.
the flexibility.
Okay.
So their plans showed to 85 currently, and we were suggested to allow a bit more flexibility to allow another 10 metre squared envelope within that. So that's why in the condition I've included 295.
But I will just, okay, thank you. Is that, it's your understanding as well, that's where that flexibility side,
I now understand that that's quite a breathable. 10 square metres is tiny, you wouldn't notice, but which was what was our point, was allowing a little bit of flexibility. But we actually had said we wouldn't be
beyond the
going
time.
beyond that. Yeah.
Okay.
It would still be well under the 15% maximum flight coverage.
Yeah.
And probably still in the 10 point something rather percent.
So this is in relation, the next question is relation to the chimney structure. Now I noticed that you've said it's not going to be any more than 6.5 meters. And this, just so you know, I'm referring to your application, page 19. And it says, and this is in the compliance side, it says it's not going to be more than 6.5 meters. The footprint of the chimney structure is 1.5, and its height is not more than 7.5.
Okay.
So that's just in relation to the maximum standard. I acknowledge that you've said 6.5, but I'm just wondering.
Oh, it should say 5.5 to 6.5. It shouldn't say. So I've said it will be not more than 7.5.
Yeah.
Because that's the standard. So
Yeah.
it's 6.5 is the maximum height that we've dated.
Yeah. Okay, so you're only, in this perspective, you're only actually referring to the standard as opposed to saying that it could be adjusted.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know if the flue above, I think, wondering whether I might have not counted the wee flue bit that sticks out the top, but I thought that was a metre there.
Fine. 6.5.
I'm pretty sure it's under, so it's a 6.5 is the maximum of everything.
Okay. With regards to the right of way, the pedestrian right of way down the side, is there any reason or concern or anything that you are going to have to do additional to screen that right of way, or not necessarily screen or plant or mitigate any in relation to the enjoyment for the new lot?
I don't think so. I mean, I think we'll be planting on that side anyway. So I think there'll be planting, but I don't think we specifically need to screen it. I mean, any traffic down that right away is very, very minor.
Yeah.
It's just one property access to it.
I just noticed that there was you've got some trees in the planting plan, but it's just whether you felt that there's going to be a requirement that would need to be fenced or anything. And
Considered it would, just due to the very, very low.
anything that's popped up in relation to those
No.
questions?
What is it, the 28595, is that a footprint or is that the roof area? Is it, so we're looking at building coverage, but footprint with any extra, like where there's decking or anything like pergolas or anything, that would technically come under.
The deck is counted.
So it is counted. I just wasn't quite sure. It looked like it was about right size, but okay, so that takes into account the deck that's shown there on the the lake side. Okay.
The deck wouldn't be covered under them.
No, but if there was a roof structure to go over that,
There's no roof,
like that.
yeah.
Obviously, it's not in here at the moment.
No.
But just with it. Just wasn't sure with that area whether it was included in that or not, so.
Just there.
Just the building. Right.
Okay, so the deck area is not included because it's low. Doesn't have to be counted, so it is just the footprint of the building.
Does that roof form go where you've got the entryway that comes back? Does the roof go
Over there.
over that as a whole though? So that footprint, that 285, 295 is where the dotted roof line is shown there, not just the slab.
That's the silver brush line. That's actually
The roof's indicative
Yeah.
area going straight,
Sorry.
whereas you've got the cut in, obviously the slab would be a little bit
Yeah.
smaller. So I'm just wondering whether the 285 includes just slab or the footprint, which would be where the roof covers. That makes sense?
Yes, it does.
And as we've done the actual sum, I just assumed it was the eaves are excluded up to
Yeah.
a certain point.
Just, it was only that bit in the middle.
Yeah, so
It's not like you're going to be
it's
able
just
to
that
look
little
through it.
bit
Extra.
yes.
So that's about 5 by 5, which is 20.
There's about 25 squares.
That means we're over that 10 square metres. That's the only thing we might need to change that.
Just,
It
but it's not
visually-
significant in terms of the
No.
building, because obviously your
Yeah.
roof form is for either way, whether it's whichever way it falls.
Yes.
Just to tidy it up, it
So
might
that-
be to have a
Yes, that
footprint rather than a lab.
yes,
Does that make sense?
yes. So we've got maximum floor area as opposed to, so that 295
Because
in
the
condition
coverage
2 is floor area, not
So
site coverage.
That's your slab, yeah. So just within that percentage,
Yes.
I assume you're well within.
Yes,
But just
yes.
to be pedantic,
Yes.
it would be
No,
really
that's
to
a
have
good
look at the
question.
Footprint as a whole, as a percentage, and then just so that's recorded. That'd be great.
Okay.
Other than that, I'm good.
Okay, thank you. Right, thanks. And we note that you have provided us with a new piece of documentation. I'd like to talk that through. What would you like to, have you had the
Oh,
opportunity?
I've read this, and so it's basically summarising we've said, site coverage. It's Banks agrees with me, and that we've agreed with the change of condition wording line B. Yeah, so that's. So unless there's any extra changes that we need to make to condition 2, if just based on Brown's comments, the footprint.
And that's just to tidy up. That's not
Yes,
anything
yeah.
significant.
Okay, so you've had.
Yes.
Okay. Well, we haven't had the opportunity to read it through, so it probably wouldn't be bad for you to take us through that. Thank you.
Really discussed in the conclusions that I've reached. Seeks subdivision consent to breach the minimum lot size, 3,000 metres squared, and land use consent to breach the residential density of 1 unit per 3,000 metres squared. That applies to the large lot residential zone. Assess the proposal based on the information submitted and the relevant statutory requirements, and recommend that consent be granted on the basis that conditions have been volunteered to mitigate the effects of the increased density and maintain a predominance of open space over built form, good quality on-site amenity. Effects on the environment are considered to be no more than minor, and the proposal is considered to be consistent with the objectives and policies of the district plan. Written approvals have been provided from all 3 adjoining neighbours, and effects on others in the precinct are assessed as being less than minor. The effects of the proposal will not be significantly discernible from the permitted baseline, which currently enables 15% site coverage or 740 metres squared on that site. So an additional minor unit per site, which is also relevant to the potential future surrounding environment. This has been demonstrated to be able to be appropriately serviced. The unique site context with the existing possible pre-1900s building and the site having an existing land area well in excess of 3,000 metres squared and an existing pattern of built form, which presently appears like 3 separate sites already, evidently supports additional residential activity on the site and is not considered to undermine the district plan. following is just related to the condition regarding the supply connections. And as Ms. Grimmett has discussed, we've agreed an amended wording to the condition, which has been recommended by Council's engineer, is to say water connections must be installed to or within the boundary of proposed lots 1 and 2, if not already present, to the satisfaction of the network water supply operator. It's reviewed and accepted this amended wording, and as such, I recommend this change be incorporated into the recommended conditions.
Anything further of what you've heard before we go to questions?
Just agree with all your responses that you've given. You can add further clarification to those.
Okay. Questions? I have a question in relation to the suitability. So you've presented there's been a presentation by Mr. Malcolm Adams as the branch manager. And I'm just wondering how, can you please explain how that came through, that as branch manager, he is an expert in his field? Just so that we are confident that the letter, and that's the letter provided by in Ms. Grimmett's application, and you refer to it being that he is accepted as an expert. The only thing we're seeing here is that he is the branch manager. Not sure, we just don't know what his qualifications are.
Sorry, I'm not.
So this is the edit, this is the drainer on-site wastewater disposal site proposal, and that was in the application. That is under Appendix 3, Ms. Grimmett's application. Just making sure that, just to qualify that, that's all.
Council's engineers reviewed that and accepted that the conditions are suitable for disposal. By regional council requirements as well.
Okay. Okay, can you, and I know you've spoken to this before, and obviously just being non-complying, when we look at under that permitted baseline, that there is, and as you pointed out, there's up to 720 square metres. Can you, and that's based on a 3,000, that argument is based on a 3,000 square metre, but it won't be going forward, will it?
So with the subdivision, each site will then be subject to a 15%. Doesn't change the overall subdivision, doesn't change the overall site coverage that could be enabled on the site. Subdivision does have the effect of creating 2 sites, which can then have 2 separate minor units on them, and obviously 2 residential units rather than 1 large building or multiple buildings, but only 1 kitchen. That's where the applicants volunteered the conditions to limit the additional minor units that can be created to maintain, so that the proposal, if granted, will maintain the existing permitted baseline or be close to.
Okay. Okay. We have nothing further, anything further coming up from me? Thank you, thanks.
Nothing from me.
Okay, Ms. Grimmett, if you would like to put in some final thoughts, if you have them, you can take a moment if you need to take a moment, or you can.
The only thing we haven't done is, I wasn't quite sure, are we meant to be providing the corrected site footprint? that what you wanted from us?
Yeah,
Just to annotate
Ms
that.
Banks, do you have any comment on that? In relation to that?
Yeah, I think the plans show the floor area of 85, and I think that's what's encouraged within the definition plan. So, the intention that we would just be limiting the floor area rather than any the built structures that aren't in the definition of building coverage.
The footprint would be what's assessed as the percentage coverage though.
The building
So that-
coverage rule of the plan, the definition means the percentage of the net site area covered by the building footprint.
Yes, so
So it doesn't
footprint would be
include-
the roof area as a whole, so that's not, excuse me, just that discrepancy between the two, like it's nothing major, it's not going to hold you up from building that house or anything, but it would be really good just to have that footprint defined as that roof coverage as a whole, because even though the slab isn't there, I mean, you could infill that with a building consent later on. There's all things that could happen later, so just for that.
Have our surveyor on speed dial, he could do a quick calculation if you wanted us to.
It would just be really good to have those figures as the footprint, because that roof is clearly shown obviously as being the whole rectangle, and then that footprint area as a whole, because the slab isn't the same calculation as it stands.
I think that could be provided
Afterwards.
But that's a fairly
Yeah,
straightforward
I
response.
think that could be provided to us if you would like to.
Yeah.
I think we can just receive that by email.
Yes.
Do that if you want.
And that's just a total, that's a net floor area, a footprint and a coverage of the site. So as a percentage, just so they're recorded on there as we see there.
Okay.
Like I said, I don't think there's no issue that we
No, just making sure we've got the numbers.
just that
right.
the numbers relate to the right thing, and then if the plan refers to footprint, and we just make sure that we've got the numbers aligned with footprint rather than slab itself.
Okay, so we're confirming that footprint.
Floor area footprint and percentage coverage of the
Coverage is
site.
consequence, yeah.
And I guess just to reiterate that the things that we've offered as an applicant, which the council can't ask for, so we've offered them are the extra setback, the no further residential buildings. I think the council could have asked for landscaping, but we've offered that. We also have offered the colour, which is not in the district plan for that zone. So there's a whole lot of extra things that will keep it as close to permitted baseline as possible, and therefore within the context of the character required by the zoning. Just thank you all very much for listening to us. And
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And thank you guys for coming along. Right, okay, so we will reserve our decision and the formal, then we will adjourn the hearing and sorry, I should have actually just do that. What, timing wise, when do you think you'll have that to us?
I'll get it today.
should be able to get it back today.
Okay,
Yeah, we just contact the surveyor.
okay, that's fine. And if, I think
Do
just
we email it to?
email through to the hearings,
Jesse, yeah.
that, yeah, it would be fantastic. And that can be circulated. Thank you. Okay, so we'll adjourn the hearing. And the formal decision will be in writing and obviously within the statutory working period of 15 days. And in the event that the release of decision is delayed, the applicant will be advised of such delay. Hearing is now adjourned. Thank you. Welcome, everybody. Okay. First of all, we've got some procedural stuff to do through, and then we will get to the substantive part. But this is a properly convened meeting of the hearings panel called for the purpose of a hearing submission in relation to the resource application for a subdivision and land use consent at 231 Dunfin Road. So we'll do some introductions first. Tracy Patterson, Commissioner, Chair for the day, and Councillor for the CODC.
Gentlemen, Councillor and Commissioner. Welcome.
Sarah Brown, Commissioner and Secretary.
Might as well go around the room, might we get it, go in order.
Sean Duffy, shareholder of Glenoir.
We had shareholders, applicant of Glenoir.
Morning, everyone. Shannon Garden, partner in Glenoir.
Ben Gresson, legal counsel for Glenoir.
I'm Craig Barr, I'm a planning consultant for Glenoir.
Thank you. And at the back.
Ian Rogers, I'm technical advisor to the panel.
Duncan White, planning consultant for the council, the section 42A report.
Monica Carnan, land development engineer for council.
Thank you.
And I'm Jessie Dick, I'm the hearings administrator.
Okay, and we've got people online behind me, same people at the back to the front, just so that we can see what you guys can see. So one of you guys like to start?
Kia ora koutou, Tim Church, Bofma School, Urban Design Peer Review on behalf of Council.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I'm Dave Smith from Abley, undertaking transportation review for Council.
Right, thank you. And there is some submitters. That is Matt and Sonia Conway. They are due to be coming. We're just going to, they'll be brought in and they provide someone's going to be checking that.
Just on that point, have they subsequently said that they do wish to speak?
Yes, they have. Okay, right. So I will ask the minute secretary to report on the proceedings to date.
All statutory requirements under section 95 of the Resource Management Act have been complied with. Section 42A report prepared by the planning consultant has been circulated to address for service and all submitters. The submissions received have been identified in the report.
I'll offer a motion that the 42A report be received.
Second.
Now, in relation to all the documentation, you can, it is obviously taken as read, but there's a couple of things that I just wanted to say. This is a public hearing, obviously, and it is being recorded. The YouTube channel makes that available at some point, Jessie. I'm not sure exactly of the time, but it does get put up tomorrow. Commissioner Brown has got a significant back injury. So if she stands up and has to wander around, can we just please just ignore her while she's standing up? And,
Unless I'm screaming in pain and if you're
yeah,
afraid to
that
come
will
down.
be a different matter altogether. But just letting you know that if she's standing up, please don't be offended or anything else like that. We are all familiar with the site, but we may need to do another site because it, depending on the outcome from today and how things progress. Have you got any procedural matters that you would like to address?
Just one point in terms of the order of those speaking. I've, as you've seen, prepared some legal submissions on some relatively discrete points. And while ordinarily I would probably speak to those first, we did think there may be some merit totally in your hands, but given Mr. Garden has prepared and will further speak to the proposal in a more overall sense, and speaking as the applicant itself, that there may be merit in him going first and sort of painting that picture, subject to any concerns with that approach.
See no problem with that. Okay. Right. There's a couple of things from our end. As disclosure, an adjoining landowner has contacted me, and I told him that I couldn't speak to him about the hearing, and I have passed on his request to council, to the hearings administrator, and I haven't heard anything in relation to that. That's just his full disclosure there. Procedurally, there's been some considerable material traversed in relation to the strategic network review. This is not a function of the hearings panel. I guess if an applicant or anyone else for that matter wishes to raise it, the correct mechanism is directly to council and through the long-term plan process, which coincidentally is being dealt with by council right now. It's acknowledged that Mr. Barr has move that from commissions, but just letting you know there'll be no further discussion on that point as it's not appropriate. In relation to the definition of retirement village, you will see that we have put a minute through to seek some legal advice in relation to that. So as soon as that is made available, we'll be circulating it to all the parties. And the jurisdictional matter is the 30K voluntary contribution that has been offered. We're not unable, and it would be inappropriate for this hearings panel to consider that. So that we won't be discussing that further. That will be a matter for council. So on those matters, that's where we sit on that. So other than that, I will pass over to Mr. Garden to proceed.
Just on that, before Mr. Garden starts, in terms of that last point around the financial contribution, are you essentially saying there that's a matter for council to accept whether that condition is volunteered, or are you saying it's something that cannot be either volunteered and or imposed as part of the consent itself?
Well, it definitely won't be imposed as a consent condition. And we can seek some advice, perhaps from the technical advisor at some point in relation to that. But I don't, as far as the panel is concerned, it's not appropriate for us to be considering a $30,000 donation. Voluntary contribution, I should say.
Voluntary, yeah. Well, voluntarily
yes.
Proposed as a consent condition.
Okay, morning all again. So commissioners, council officers, thank you. Appreciate the time to be heard today and to work through things. So we, Glenoir, have now a little bit of track record within the district. We're sort of somewhat experienced land developers. We consider ourselves to be sort of members of the local community. We're here for the long term. We want Alexandra to thrive. We're not speculative outsiders. And it's with that sort of framing that we've conceived and that we're pretty excited about this concept that we're presenting at Dunstan Common. So while I'm obviously not submitting as an expert, I note that I work professionally in land development across multiple districts and am presently involved either directly or as a consultant in, it will take 8 separate resource consent processes through this council. So I have a reasonable familiarity with planning process and so forth. So our owners' submissions that you've received in written form prior to this are we acknowledge pretty comprehensive. We feel that it's important for the commissioners to set out for the commissioners the sort of the true nature of what we propose at Dunstan Common. I would observe that we feel this level of understanding of what we are proposing at Dunstan Common hasn't always come through in council's evaluation of our proposal, nor in its proposed imposition of conditions. And those are some of the things that we'd like to traverse today. Our owner's submission, you will have seen, also raises a number of concerns regarding what has been a long and costly process. We lodged our application for this consent in June last year, almost 12 months ago. I'm not going to dwell on that today, beyond what is presented in those owners' submissions, but we ask you, the commissioners, and as members of the council's planning standing committee responsible for consenting within council, to give those matters we've raised your consideration. In terms of a big picture, this is an approvable proposal. 42A report recommends approval of our application as it's been presented. We understand that there are no environmental nor other effects preventing consent being granted. Stand corrected now, but it has been our understanding that neither of the two parties who were subject to limited notification have previously sought to be heard on outstanding matters. And the various council proposed consent conditions that we seek to be reconsidered and evaluated together today, we think are largely matters of approach, of compliance, of process. It's our view that they aren't technical matters. And whilst we note that council is supported today by its technical advisors, we have not thought it necessary to bring our technical people today to the hearing. We can, of course, have those people answer questions subsequently if they arise. But again, we think that the conditions of consent that we have have identified some need to review with you and work through a resolution, largely non-technical, and we would like the opportunity of having some sort of interaction with council staff and yourselves today to see how far we can get through sorting those out. Addressing now our vision for Dunstan Common, which is part 6 of the written submissions that we presented. So Dunstan Common for us is not just another residential subdivision. It's a comprehensively designed, independent retirement living community. It meets a real need for our older residents. There's strong demand within that group for downsizing, for independent living, for lower maintenance homes. The structure of Dunstan Common with freehold ownership and shared common ownership of open space and other amenities enables the preservation of equity for owners, and it addresses a known gap between large suburban homes that people are often moving from and institutional retirement care. Secondly, Dunstan Common creates community with shared ownership of open space and significant facilities. It's designed for connection, not isolation. Thirdly, we consider that it uses the plan properly. It engages the large lot residential zone rules and comprehensive residential development framework exactly as intended. As a consequence, our outcome is going to involve lower density, high amenity, and strong open space and landscape character. This is the planning framework working well, not being stretched or reimagined. Fourth, in terms of our vision for Dunstan Common, we consider that the location works. It's 5 minutes to both Alexandra and Clyde townships. It's adjacent to the rail trail. It's opposite the golf course. It's in close proximity to the Dunstan Hospital. And we acknowledge that residents of Dunstan Common will drive to access services. But this is typical. Even where villages are closer into town centres, people will drive. People will drive, for example, from Orem into the Clyde village for a coffee. And this is certainly the norm for retirement offerings in the likes of a Wanaka or Queenstown. In summary, it's a proposition that we consider as ideal for retirees. Now, in some of this discussion today, you'll notice that I'm focusing on the 46 lot independent retirement living precinct that we propose. Acknowledge that we're a 54 lot proposed development. The remaining 8 lots, much more plain vanilla residential subdivision. They're sort of lesser focus in this presentation today. Moving on to some commentary at part 8 of our owner's submission in regards to reverse sensitivity. This gets talked about in the landscape report of Mr. Church, and it comes up again in the section 42A report. It's our view as owners that it is a reach to claim that our proposal may give effect to reverse sensitivity effects. The rural zone begins 240 metres or full 2.5 rugby fields away from our boundary. There's 2 layers of property between us and a rural zone. Actual rural activities, as most of us are local, so we know this, are further separated by the pine belt, the escarpment behind us, and rural activity actually occurs some 600 metres away on the terrace above. Our neighbours along the northeastern boundary, who Matt and Sonia, who will be here later today, we know directly are themselves contemplating how they might develop utilising their recently won large lot residential zoning. They're not using their land in a way that could cause conflict between our proposal and theirs. So notwithstanding that we're the first cab off the rank to utilise these large lot residential rules, struggle to see how concerns of reverse sensitivity materialise in this case as a product of what we're doing. This consenting process has forced us to adopt mitigations along our boundaries beyond what the large lot res zone rules require. We consider those potential effects suggested by council, particularly along that northeastern boundary, are overstated. We're perplexed why council see a need to impose more strict requirements than what the recently enacted large lot residential plan rules clearly set out. Why we're in a situation where we seem to be needing bespoke rules for something the plan otherwise clearly deals with. Coming on to part 9 of our submission relating to this business of retirement village definition and consent for retirement village. So retirement use is at the core of what we seek to develop at Dunstan Common. It's an important issue for us. And you know, this question arises of, well, sort of who cares? What's the relevance? Well, as we'll get into a little bit further through our discussions, this notion of a sort of really bedding into retirement use does have significant flow-on concerns when, for example, we get into managing or organising the detailed design of both some of our private shared space and some of these public interfaces, roads and so forth. The fact that it's a retirement community matters. It may have an implication for road speeds, it may have an implication for things like traffic calming, it may have an implication for widths of roads and so forth. So that it is an issue that is substantive for us. We feel that the approach taken by council in declining thus far our request to consent for retirement use is somewhat conclusionary, based on what seems to be preference and convenience rather than an objective interpretation of what the plan and widely accepted RMA norms suggest. We have presented we've presented documentation in our application about the incorporated society that underpins this retirement use and organises it. It's not entirely clear in the interaction we've had and in the feedback in the section 42A report that formal structure and the detail that we've presented has been taken on board. We ask the commissioners to take a considered look at that. We acknowledge that the commissioners have called for a legal opinion as a result of Mr. Gresson's legal submissions last week, and we're grateful to the commissioners for giving that some consideration. We also note that we ourselves provided a legal opinion on that matter in November last year in RFI responses. And we've made extensive previous submissions on this point in our interactions with council. It's clear that the district plan definition is not the same as the Retirement Act definition of retirement village. There's no basis for the interpretation that only conventional operator-owned villages fit the district plan definition. There's no basis for suggesting that private ownership of the dwelling and underlying lot within a larger complex precludes it from qualifying for that definition. Private ownership doesn't exclude our treatment as such. Being a punter, I'm allowed to say this, but a simple Google search explains while the Retirement Act retirement villages definition focuses on managing this business of a fiduciary duty of an operator taking money off residents for this sort of duty of care of providing a right to occupy. The widely used district plan definition is intended to confirm that retirement villages are principally residential activities, properly exist in residential zones, they have effects consistent with residential use, and that they shouldn't typically be treated as a commercial activity. That's the nature of the planning definition for retirement villages. Reference Google. Plan definition, which people may have read, but I'll repeat it, refers to managed comprehensive residential complex or facilities used to provide residential accommodation for people who are retired. Pretty common sense. So this, as people may know, will know, has a national application taken from a national planning standard and used widely across different district councils. Perhaps the contention in our case is the extent to which this is managed. So Dunstan Common is to be managed by an incorporated society with tailored constitution and bylaws registered as covenants on every title. These legal structures have been developed in conjunction with specialists in the retirement industry, and we believe they're legally sound, comprehensive and robust. Incorporated society will do much more than just look after shared facilities. It will play a role in community coordination. It will levy fees. It will coordinate the enforcement of covenants relating to the use of both shared and private facilities. And significantly, it will control who may hold property and reside in the community. Consider that that is managed. I think there can be little question that Dunstan Common is a comprehensive community, at least because we're applying a set of rules that council themselves call comprehensive residential development rules. It's clearly a residential complex. Offering a plain language interpretation, the word complex in both architectural and planning use conveys a grouping or assemblage of related structures, facilities that, taken together, form a unified or integrated whole. Correspondingly, it's not synonymous with a single building. With a combination of residential developments, 5 different open spaces shared by owners, sporting facilities, community gardens, storage areas, workshops, hobby spaces, community hub. It's clearly a residential complex. We think we qualify. We take issue with the suggestion in Council's 42A report that the shared facilities themselves might qualify, but not the dwellings. We don't think it's sensible nor intended that you can split out shared facilities from the residential activity. We think that this is an integrated whole and should be considered as such. And if we just consider that retirement village use is explicitly contemplated in the large lot res zone rules, But if we think about a typical operator village where a single operator owns the retirement village and the license to occupy, you'd have a devil of a job trying to consent a conventional operator village in the large lot res zone. So it begs the question, what sort of retirement use could exist there? And we suggest exactly the type of village that we're proposing. On this topic, finally, I'd say that recognising Dunstan Common as a retirement village both aligns with the plan and creates no adverse effects. Moving on then to our part 10, which deals with some engineering conditions. And here's where maybe during today there could be an opportunity for some interaction between commissioners, council's officers and ourselves on how we might resolve one or two issues. So we consider that we're not a cookie cutter residential development. As proposed by council, conditions that are sort of lifted out of standards, council's typical standards, we feel don't always sit comfortably with this retirement use. And it sort of harks back to those slightly different treatments I mentioned earlier about sort of road use and one or two other things. As a general observation, we continue to see ongoing conditions inflation every time we apply for a consent. And I'd suggest that more and more complicated consent conditions don't necessarily create better consenting outcomes. We observe that there is a new and additional set of conditions that are being proposed by council in our case, which we don't see in recently issued and analogous consents. We're being subject to different and more conditions than William Hill next door, different and more conditions in some cases than the likes of an Orem, or indeed the likes of the Muttontown Road consent issued last year. And so we just note gently, I suppose, that we're not convinced that layering more prescription into these consent conditions helps either us nor council. We note, as we did quite recently in a similar consent hearing for 155 Dunstan Road, that council are in the midst of rewriting their engineering standards. So we've got multiple standards that apply and a wee bit of confusion about which is which. In that situation, we'd suggest that let's not get too prescriptive at a consenting stage as to what our engineering outcomes need to be. We do, of course, have a detailed design process and a hard stop in an engineering approval. This would be the time that we would seek to work cooperatively and appropriately with council on these detailed design matters. Overprescription of consent conditions relating to engineering at this stage creates a risk of triggering for later consent variations. Again, an inefficient process. So we request that a measure of flexibility is preserved in our consent relating to engineering design detail. It's possible, and I think we've proposed that it's quite typical that at the end of all these engineering design conditions, there's a condition that says, or as otherwise agreed by the delegated decision taker. And that can work, but that creates a presumption that the detail prescribed must apply unless someone decides otherwise. Now, we would like the opportunity to do a fit for purpose, thorough design, detailed design, in cooperation with council. And in fact, we request something of an inversion of that engineering condition, something along the lines of X topic, take roading, is to be subject to detailed design, generally in accordance with all of the detailed prescription. Now, the we think it's a reality that, council's officers limited capacity to sort of go through a detailed design process at this consenting stage. Just to provide one example, we've got rights of way, one particular right of way in this scheme plan that is intended to be a one-way flow. Now, through no fault of anyone's, there's conditions in the consent at the moment that talks about two-way traffic and passing bays. Well, that stuff is properly sort of figured through at a detailed design process. We shouldn't need prescriptive conditions on that in the consent. Moving on to a particular condition relating to timing of work. So there's a general statement in the conditions that talks about all works works are only to proceed after engineering approval is granted, and that seems to be becoming a default approach. But there's a fair bit of activity that can happen as a permitted activity on those sites, and so we would request that a condition is imposed that doesn't preclude us from undertaking permitted activities before engineering approval, which is the way that condition is currently drafted seems to work. Moving on, just a wee note at part 12 of our owner subs. In terms of consent notices, there's when we volunteered these conditions on the basis that it would be consented as a retirement village, there's a significant chunk of consent notices relating to retirement use. Clearly, that presumes that we get a consent for retirement use. Were we not to, that stuff would fall away. At our section 13, there are two particular refinements that we would seek in the consent since we proposed that RFI response in November. I think both Craig and Ben will talk to it, but we would like to introduce some flexibility for the inclusion of those 8 lots, those 8 conventional lots that I referenced, lots 47 to 54, to maintain the opportunity for those to be joined into the retirement precinct. This will need appropriate controls. It would need to be subject to an approval by the Incorporated Society. We don't recall if we've volunteered a specific drafted condition on that, or we still need to do something if Craig can address that. So having in our original application way back in June last year proposed an age threshold of 65 plus, our market research over the past year indicates that our independent retirement living offering probably is best suited with to pull that age forward to 60, so retired and 60 plus. So that's a proposal that we seek comes through in our consent conditions. Moving on to a couple of requested variation to specific consent obligations, my section 15 in your written subs. Road strategy, I think this, Commissioner Patterson, I'm not sure. I didn't quite understand your comment about network, so this may or may not be covered in your, we won't be dealing with this, but it's our view that we as an applicant aren't really in a position to be creating strategy for the entire length of Dunstan Road.
And anything in relation to the roading network. So yeah, there's strategic roading with you. So
cool. Okay, now the same you might correct or direct me here, but the same would apply. So in terms of a pedestrian crossing, we believe that the arrangement of our proposal with Dunstan Road, the cycle trail, the golf course, we support the inclusion of a pedestrian crossing. Happy to.
That is part of the roading review. So everything in relation to
stand aside.
Stand aside. But as I pointed out, it is certainly something that you can bring to council, and that would be part of the LTP process, which we are currently undertaking.
Would it be possible just to stop and pose a question of how that then might flow through into consent conditions? Because So for example, at the moment, there's a condition that, which we volunteered about a road crossing. Now, how do we progress this consent if there's sort of matters remain outstanding as that get dealt with through that process?
I might address that as well as Mr. White and
Cool.
Mr. Hunn as well.
Thank you.
So, yeah, we'll deal
Thank
with
you.
it. I'll make a note of that.
Footpath along Dunstan Road, same, fall into the same category. And just to provide a wee bit of context here, there's a condition at the moment, there's a presumption that council have that over time, a connecting network of footpaths will establish on that north side of Dunstan Road, and that we get that. It's proposed for us at the moment that there be a concrete footpath along the front of our site. The question whether concrete's the right solution and wonder about a gravel path, and just sort of feel it's more in keeping with that further out extent, sort of more sort of peri-urban environment, and B, we think it might integrate a little better into the likes of the William Hill and along past lines. So note that.
This is the panel. It's something I've discussed directly with Mr. Smith and Mr. Harnan, and we can respond to that.
If you could bring that up then, at that point, that would be great. Thank you. You can make that too. Thank you.
Okay, then there's reference in a condition to council's car parking standards, and particularly relating to the storage area that we propose. Now, we propose that it's not necessary or appropriate to apply a council car parking design standard to a private storage area. This is just open hard standing where people are going to park their caravans and their camper vans and so forth. It's not intended as a car park private use, and we just don't believe that standard need apply. So how do we comment on development contributions? I think I'll pass over that. Bring me on to a closing couple of comments. Thank you for your time. So look, reasonably comprehensive set of owners submissions. Grateful of you sort of taking that into consideration. It's our view that the Dunstan Common Independent Retirement Living Community that we are proposing does sit comfortably within the large lot res rule framework. We don't feel like we are putting a square peg in a round hole. We think that our proposal will be an exciting and highly regarded addition to the Alexandra Township. I do note that we've spent almost a year seeking this consent. And given we're all here today, we certainly hope we can and invite others to work constructively to try and resolve those handful of outstanding consent condition matters that we've raised. And finally, we seek a practical, workable set of conditions, seek a consistent treatment of conditions on our site that are being applied elsewhere to others. And we understand that we need to dive into a detailed design process and an engineering approval process at an appropriate time. And hope to achieve a consent that doesn't predetermine a lot of those outcomes before we've had time to look at them. Thank you again. That concludes our owners' submissions today.
Just referring back to Shannon's consent notice conditions, I mean, that permitted activity is what we're reasonably seeking. So that might be, for instance, the removal of trees and that sort of thing. Without having that, as it stands at the moment, full consent notice, I mean, we can't actually do anything. Whereas what we're looking towards doing is doing some of the normal sort of activity. There's really implications for the consent going forward. So just to reinforce that point, we'd like to get in log jam.
And I think we can get Mr. White to address that at that when he speaks in relation to his. So just I think there will be potentially some questions for you, Mr. Garden. But I've got one and well, a couple, but in particular, can you point to any examples of where you have this type of model within this type of independent retirement living around New Zealand or anywhere else that you can use as by way of example?
Yeah, there are a small but growing number of these freehold models with shared management. There's a proposition in Taupo under development at the moment. One we've had a look at in the Waikato, one look at in Marlborough. So a small number seem to work. We have taken a fair bit of time to consult with that industry on the fact that this is a viable model and consider that it is.
So these are operational models, or are they in process at the moment?
The three that I mentioned, one's still under development, so the later stages, but the other, yeah, they're in effect. Yeah. So we can provide a bit of a list of those. You can check them out on the website or whatever. So I'll take that as an action. So yeah, there is another category where you have these unit trusts. So this is freehold ownership of land and buildings. There's another category where you have this, sorry, not unit trust, unit title, which is slightly different again.
Okay. Can you clarify your comment and just after reading your submission and then your comment, which refers, and this is number 53 of your submissions. Can you just clarify what you meant by essentially that it would need to be reconsidered and things would fall away, as in what your specific retirement specific controls, etc., would be reconsidered and would need to be removed? What will you refer to in relation to that?
If there were no consent for retirement use, there would be no need for consent notices dictating that where council got to impose the nature of that retirement use on the owners. So those consent notices relating to retirement use are conditional on consent for retirement use.
Okay, so just so I'm really clear, so retirement use as opposed to a retirement village?
Sorry, I misspoke. Retirement village is the definition that we're operating under.
Okay, so sorry to labour this, I just want to be really, really clear here because this is quite an important, obviously, aspect to the whole application. So what you're saying is that in the event that there is not agreement, that there is it is a retirement village, that and the application would need to be reconsidered in relation to the 46 lots.
No. There are a series of consent notices proposed in the draft conditions. So just to offer an example, there's numbering, are we there? 16, is it? 16. So the establishment of consent notices prior to 224C. We have a set of obligations at areas HH and II relating to the establishment of a management entity. Now, for everyone's sanity, that surely wouldn't need to be a consent notice establishes a consent notice if there were no such thing as a retirement village. If it were just conventional residential subdivision, you wouldn't have consent notices for actually, sorry, you're not in the wrong place. The consent notices are 17.
What document are you referring to there? Just so that we're following along with the same document there.
I am referring
Conditions
to,
attached to Mr. Barr's evidence.
Right, so this, Mr. Buzz. So it's Mr. Buzz. And what page number is that? So we can be.
so page 12, HH. Oh, this, so, okay, no, there's two things going on. There's a set of conditions not being consent notices that would fall away, and then there's some of the consent notices that would fall away.
Page 16, condition G. Consent notice condition for ownership.
Provide another example page as far as just said, land use in general at page 16G. You wouldn't have a consent notice dictating that ownership be restricted to persons of 60 years old if we weren't deemed to be a retirement village.
Okay. Questions? Anything from you? Okay. Right. Okay, thank you, Mr. Garden. That's
Thank you.
all I had at this point. There may be things that pop up during material that we have to get through. Mr. Gretton,
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, so I will just, I won't traverse my written submissions, much of which is not really in contention, namely around the legal tests, section 104D and the two limbs and whether they've been here. Main planning point of difference is this issue of the retirement village definition, whether it applies, and you've got my legal advice that's appended to the submissions, and noting you've sought advice on that point, and you've heard from Mr. Garden in quite some detail as to why this proposal meets the key limb of that definition, which is the comprehensive management aspect. And it's that key point where we say you can be comfortable that the nature of this proposal, including the conditions that Mr. Garden's just taken you to, will ensure that this development is comprehensively managed. And if it assists, perhaps at the morning break, we could confirm, he's essentially done so, but in terms of those conditions would fall away if this wasn't a retirement village, because the key basis on which they would be proposed is to ensure that that comprehensive management does occur and does occur properly. And if you're not being assessed on the basis of that comprehensive management requirement, then the need to ensure that that happens effectively falls away, and you default to what would usually be considered in a residential development type. The other issues which I've set out in the submissions basically relate to conditions, some of which you've noted you've essentially said will be parked to a separate process, which is the road network issues and the proposed or the recommended strategic review. So I won't dwell on that point. I will just note in terms of the road crossing or the pedestrian and cycleway crossing over Dunstan Road and the related or the removal of that requirement and the condition that's been suggested in its place around the financial contribution. Happy to hear from or wait to hear from Mr. White in terms of his response to what Mr. Barr has recommended. If the position is essentially that all of those get parked and are subject to a separate process, then that may be what it is. I mean, the applicant is happy to and does consider there is a basis if it's volunteered for those issues to be addressed in the manner they've proposed, which is essentially a volunteered contribution, which the council at the appropriate time can then use towards a crossing. But the key point is that the requirement to construct a crossing, particularly when you've got the same requirement for development in a nearby location, isn't necessary or appropriate in this case. But perhaps subject to what Mr. White says on that, we may have further comment on that particular point. But otherwise, and I just echo Mr. Garden's comments, and it's something Mr. Barr can further clarify in terms of the wording that's proposed around these engineering conditions. But the intent is certainly that some flexibility be provided for and not committing prematurely the applicant to a specific engineering standard or design at this stage, which I would say is relatively common, and engineering acceptance processes are relatively detailed and comprehensive in of themselves. So in terms of the consent stage, you can be confident that those matters will be addressed at that subsequent acceptance stage. Other than that, I didn't have anything I specifically wanted to raise, so happy to answer any questions on those.
And it's in relation to your comment about the flexibility, and this is on page 6 of your submissions. I just wanted to refer to in your note at the bottom, you refer to paragraph 42 of Mr. Garden's statement. And I was just, when I looked up 42, I'm hoping that I've got the same document. It didn't seem to correspond. But now that you've, in relation to the engineering standards, that's where I'm just, you're referring to, isn't it? The engineering standards flexibility.
Yes, I hopefully haven't miscited it.
It looks okay. And that's in relation to the engineering standards.
That's right, yes, which are conditions. It's the inclusion by Mr. Barr of the condition at at 9C of the subdivision conditions. Oh, sorry, it's in his summary, which he hasn't presented yet, which there is a condition around final engineering design being essentially certified by the council, which has been included. But there's a further flexibility condition, which he will speak to in his summary.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so thank you, Mr. Chris. And you can lead those.
Yes.
Pause for a moment. Please. Welcome. Welcome. Oh, welcome. Thank you. So we just started, we've already started the process, obviously. We had, it's good for you guys, just if you don't mind us pausing for a moment to do some quick introductions. If obviously Commissioner Patterson, Commissioner McPherson and Commissioner Brown, and some of the other people I'm picking you probably know, and you've got council and the section 42-hour report writers, technical advisors over here. So if you guys would just like to quickly introduce yourselves and.
I'm Sonia Conway. We are in the property that's right behind Dunstan Commons.
Yeah. I'm Matt. Thank you.
Welcome.
We were one of the two notified parties. Thank you.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. So we'll come to you guys, but you guys just have a seat, and if you've got any questions, probably best just to note them down, and then we can deal with that.
Sure. Do you want hand-ups now or at the time?
At the time might be easier.
Thank you.
Excellent. Okay.
You have a summary to hand out?
Fantastic. Let's we'll grab that.
These should be just enough copies for.
Thank you. Oh, sorry.
Problem?
I like the condensed version.
Just be a bit more of us.
In terms of the new person.
Okay.
I have a relatively short summary statement. We can skip paragraph 1.1. It just reiterates what the proposal is. At paragraph 1.2, overall, I do not consider there to be any substantive dispute regarding amenity and residential character feats. The proposed landscaping, open space provision and building types will deliver a high quality residential environment and mitigate perceptions of increased residential density. The only submission requiring consideration from the Conway property is addressed through increased building setbacks, which I consider sufficient to ensure peaks are no more than minor. At paragraph 1.3, I just touch on the weighting of planning provisions. Just point out that I consider no weight should be afforded to the legacy residential provisions in section 4 of the district plan, and full weight should be afforded to the residential objects and policies. I note that Mr. White's section 42A report applies the residential section provisions with greater weight. In this context, while the overall activity status is non-compliant, this is owing to the redundant rural residential zone 2 hectare lot size requirements still having legal effect. But in my view, just to add on that, in my view, it immaterial to the outcome of this application. Outstanding matters relate to the transport and subdivision development conditions recommended by council officers. I oppose the requirement for the applicant to undertake a strategic transport review of Dunstan Road, noting that both traffic experts agree. I also query the necessity of requiring construction of a pedestrian cyclist cycle crossing on Dunstan Road, considering it unnecessary to mitigate adverse effects. There's a better address with the offered $30,000 financial contribution. Additionally, I consider the requirement for a prescriptive NCTA diagram E access treatment to be unjustified and inconsistent with the expert transport advice. Supports flexibility through the engineering acceptance process. In conclusion, I support the grant of consent, but seek targeted amendments to the conditions, particularly those relating to transport and engineering matters. A solution to the conditions could be to provide the qualification already provided in 8 conditions that design detail can be agreed by the council. And a logical location for this would be in condition 9C. And on the following page there, I've got some red text. And it's just adding in there that unless modified, which is a preamble to the condition framework. At condition 9, there's a suite of essentially must-dos and must do in a certain way conditions in order to sort of file and have the engineering acceptance considered by council officers. And it's at page 3 of the conditions. So it's appendix 1 to my evidence. And page 4. Page 4C says unless modified by other conditions, all designs and approvals must be in accordance with the 2004 New Zealand Standard and the July 2008 Council Addendum. Then it says together these two documents form the council's code of practice for subdivision. So I think what's obviously council officers can clarify, but essentially you've got a.
Sorry, Mr. Bart, I'm just on, I cannot find where you're referring to, so we just need to.
Okay.
Just the documentation that I have here is different to where you're. So just so we're clear.
Oh, yeah.
Can you just go back to where you were and just tell me what pages and where?
Yeah, so my evidence, go to appendix 1. Okay, and the numbering is, there could be 2 numberings because there might be the agenda document numbering, and there might be the numbering in the actual document.
Okay.
The word condition start at page 1 again. Sorry, yeah. So go to page 4. And you'll see 9.
Okay.
Condition 9 on the left-hand margin.
So that begins with prior to the commencement?
Yeah, that's right.
Yep.
So if you go to lim C, that's where I was.
Okay, so there's nothing in red on our.
No, I added it. It's an afterthought to my evidence. It's in my summary.
That's what this is for.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
The only one I have.
Making sure that I'm.
Yeah.
Which is fine.
Yeah. That's the only one I have. So what I picked up on is that the council, we understand the council are updating its code of practice, which is great. But fundamentally, they rely on a combination of the 2004 version and the 2008 version with specific amendments as detailed through individual consent conditions. And that's what's perhaps that's some of the tension that I guess the applicant's team have with the council officers' conditions, is that there's the sort of peppering or inclusion of more specific conditions that are considered, and they, perhaps justifiably so in some contexts, to be considered more relevant and modernised than the 2008 version of the code of practice. The issue from a planning perspective, an issue is that we prescribe specificity without the full, prior to that, detailed engineering design. You can end up in an issue where both the applicant and the council are forced down a certain avenue without it being properly designed and tested. And technically, even if both parties were to agree that, okay, that's not quite the way it should be, might technically need a variation of that consent. And I also picked up in, just through Control F in the document, that there's already 8 existing references about exemptions to conditions where it does done in a certain way, but it also says or by the approval of the council's infrastructure manager or something like that, which is obviously fair enough. And that allows for that sort of iterative process through the engineering acceptance. So with my suggestion here, it's in the summary, maybe the simplest way from a drafting perspective is to have this in condition C, lim 9C, which essentially the condition 9 sort of sets up the whole framework for the engineering acceptance process. So my suggestion is that unless modified by other conditions or otherwise agreed by the council, and then the rest of it, it's just providing the opportunity for some flexibility and not overcommitting to a specific design prior to that detailed engineering and testing, flushing out the best and hopefully agreed design solution. So that's that part there. Now, just before you jump into any questions you might have for me, there's two other elements I was just taking notes of. The first one, and before I dive into it, it's not about wanting an exemption to the council to the reserve contribution because that's set through the different process. So it's not about that. I think what might have happened is perhaps there's a little bit of confusion because before when you said we won't be able to talk about the reserve contribution element, you mentioned the $30,000 financial contribution as well. They're two separate things, but I don't think I've helped things that much because if you go to, and this is where I'm trying to clarify it. So if you go to, so you're still in the conditions. If you go to page condition 18, I think, or 17 on page 18, and it's condition 18. So what I've done at the time of writing the evidence, I struck out that condition 18. I'll wait till you're there. Yeah, just.
It's got page 19 at the bottom. Yeah. And you're talking about financial contribution.
Oh, yeah?
It may be.
Yeah, I'll take your word for it. If it's condition 18 and condition 18.
Oh, it's 18 on yours and 19 on mine.
Oh, there we go.
So,
okay. So it's condition 18 anyway.
Yeah, I can see that being struck out.
So what I've done there is that I struck that out and it wasn't, and I know that the levies for development contributions are set in a separate process. So it wasn't about that. And it also wasn't about saying, oh, my financial contribution's been offered, so therefore this isn't required. If you read the way condition 18 is drafted, it's a financial contribution that is set through the Resource Management Act and the district plan and can be imposed by a condition of consent. There's no dispute there. If you go to the advice notes talk about a development contribution. And then it says, it's actually the same figures. And it says financial contributions of 252,173.91 and 7666.09 reserve land. And then it says, and reserve improvements are payable for pursuant to the council's policy on development and financial contributions contained in the long-term community plan. So when I was preparing my evidence, I got confused, or I found the drafting to be unhelpful, perhaps both, because condition 18 imposes a financial contribution under the district plan. Advice note 2 says if financial contributions imposed under long-term council community plan. So what is it? And are there two fees or is there one? They're the same amount, so it's probably one fee. But I think it can be, and if you are imposing financial contribution under the long-term council community plan that's set through development contribution policy, that's fine. But you don't impose it twice or give the perception that it's being imposed twice through the district plan financial contribution rules. That's all. I wasn't trying to, and I wasn't playing the applicants offered $30,000 financial contribution off against this. It was a separate thing. So perhaps just some clarification with drafting and with the intentions. Because I know that I am aware that in the council are moving to imposing all of its sort of levies through this local government policy. And if that's the case, perhaps it should have or could have, maybe it can't, initiated plan change to get rid of the financial contribution rules that sit in the district plan. So I just think there's a bit of a double up there. That's just wanting to clarify that it wasn't a, even though it might look it on the face of it, it was the intention there isn't to say that, financial contributions can't be levied for that reason. And just to clarify, in the next issue, Mr. Garden talked about the management entity and how that would be secured. So if you go back a bit to condition 16, HH, which is on now what that is that's a condition that requires the applicant or consent holder to show confirmation that a management entity has been established, and that needs to be done prior to section 224C certification. So that's just confirming that there's a mechanism in place that requires that these sort of entities are set up and established, and that's required through conditions. That's on page 12 of my conditions. It might be on page 12. That's sort of covered off there with, established with management entity, condition HH, and then covenants JJ, which sort of follow through with.
I have a question just while I've got you there in relation to JJ and then I. You've got or where those owners are not over 65. Does that need to be 55? Is that a typo? In all the other documentation, it says lot ownership shall be restricted to persons over 65, and obviously I accept that you've put that recommendation for change in there, or where those owners are not over 55, or the rest of them all say 55, but that one says 65. I'm just wondering if that's at JJ.
Yeah, that's right.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
That's just a typo.
Hey, that's me. Thank you.
Okay. Right. Thank you for that. Just quickly, I'm just going to ask, is anyone else, how's everyone finding the temperature in here? It's kind of, for me, I'm finding it quite warm. So can we turn that down just a touch? I don't know how everyone else is. If anyone's freezing, please let us know, because we're probably on different pages here. But we'll just get Jessie to turn that down a fraction. Thank you. And just so I'm super clear, Mr. Barr, the planning maps that we have had, we've got printed off so that we can talk to questions. These are the ones contained, which is the Studio 3. This is the and dated 21st of the 1st, 2025, which is the Studio 3. I just want to be talking to the right plans and planning maps and bits and pieces. And this one is 23rd of January by call to serve. Is that the correct maps?
The 23rd of January scheme plan's correct, but the last master plan should be December 25. Potentially.
See here from
Revision C, 21st of January 2020. Oh, that's 2025.
But it might be right. It might be the revision, probably the more important one.
Revision C.
That's the incorrect. I just want to make sure we're all talking to the same.
Put off a very simplistic, if it's got the tennis court on it, it's the right one.
Yeah, that's fair call. Yes, I do have the tennis court on. So we've all got the same maps.
Hoping it was.
It's not all of it.
No, it's just tennis court.
Why do all people insist on playing tennis?
Revision C.
The croquet lawn, that could solve some other problems in town.
That can be anywhere.
Wow.
Right. Okay. So there's a few questions to get through, and I'll turn to. No.
I just noticed one of the conditions you proposed there was that about lighting. We're trying to create this dark skies component around here, and it's sort of say I've got to find it now. I have it. Recessive as opposed to where are we? Should not create any light spill. Where are we? It's 13A, B and C, page 16. Shall minimise, that's. Vague. Isn't it?
I would have thought minimise is more targetable and from an enforcement or compliance perspective, from a compliance perspective, it's more certain and practical than should not. The should not means you shouldn't do that, but I might do it anyway. So minimise actually is a directive request, or not a directive request, but it's more of a positive direction that minimise. So I sort of thought minimise was better language than should not create. It's point taken on the efforts to create or to maintain, not create, but to maintain or reduce effects on a dark sky. But in this context, it's also in an urban zone. So if it weren't for this condition, then you'd fall back to the provisions in the plan. If there's any at all that would apply to an urban zoning.
Okay.
But having said that, I thought it was a drafting improvement rather than a weakening. So panel of a mind that should not create as.
Maybe we could tease that one out. Just it's with the provisions for fencing, and it's been timber being one of the preferences, and both my fences in Central Otago are not, they warp and they weave and they get. Is it the best material to be used for boundary fences?
We'll use microcarb post morale or the long run steel, which on the same sort of line of thinking. Mr. McPherson, we don't think timber fences work well. Timber paling fences work well in Central Otago.
I don't. No. Okay, thank you. No.
I have a few questions, so you'll just have to bear with me. So I will move through some of the questions that I have, and if you guys have additional questions, just jump in. Contaminated soils. Can you please clarify, would be better, the procedure that's going to happen with the building, if we refer to the plan, the building that's going to be removed. I don't even know where it's the one that spreads as joint part of 105 and block 100. So as far as I understand from the application, that building is going to be removed.
Yes. Yes, partially on road. Yep, understood.
Partially or fully?
The whole building's being removed, isn't it? Correct. Shannon, yeah, the whole building's being removed. Yeah, it's partially on the road. Sorry, that's fine.
And at what, and if you could point me to, I wasn't sure where it was referred to in the conditions as to at what point in this proposed development that would be completed.
The conditions in relation to that are sitting in at the end of the subdivision conditions. There's a suite of land use consent conditions, and that is in. Yeah, so the way the conditions are framed up, there's the subdivision conditions, and then there's the sort of land use consent conditions sitting as a separate decision and certificate, I guess, and it says, and the management of contaminated land is sitting in these. The condition. It's condition 15 of the officer's version and condition 14 of my version.
I acknowledge you've taken out that double up. At
Yeah.
condition 6 there.
Okay, so, and what that does is that it engages the requirement for the environmental practitioner who did the detailed site investigation to undertake reporting and to inform the project team when they go to remove or otherwise remediate the contaminated land from the site. That's where that sort of portion of the development would be engaged, be required to be met.
So I'm still confused as to timing. When is that? When will that be? Is that proposed to be removed?
That's usually removed at the start of development. And what I've actually done to acknowledge that is that I've recommended adding some text into, and I'll find it in a second.
That's condition 18, associated with remediation works of contaminated land.
That's right.
Independently of the obligation.
Yeah, that's right. So what that does is that would let the consent holder undertake that remediation before they have engineering approval and the sort of civil larger scale subdivision development earthworks commence. Because a sort of a consent holder or a person can undertake land remediation or activities to either comply with or comply with consent conditions in relation to the National Environmental Standard for Contaminated Land. They can sort of do that independently of the development, and it's often something that a developer or a consent holder might choose to do before those larger scale works commence and the site's sort of modified at a larger scale. So take care of that aspect of the project individually. So it's cleaner to do so.
So essentially your recommendation is that it's done prior to other activity.
That's right. And it need not wait for the engineering acceptance process to be completed before that's happening. So that's the intentions there. It's not to say that it can be done without the required oversight and design and advice from that practitioner. That's still locked into those conditions. Yeah.
In relation to, just sticking on asbestos, and just being with this. Let's see if I can. In relation to the building, and I just cannot remember which one it is, that has the exterior asbestos. Is that any works on those buildings? Are they going to be completed prior to stage 1, or is it going to be after stage 1 but before stage 2?
Need to lean on Mr. Garden for that one. So the explicit staging within, just to paint a bit of a picture, 46 lots could be, let's say, 4 stages of 10 or 12 units. We haven't determined when we would do those works with relation to upgrading those sheds. Could be after stage 1. It's be subject to the appropriate sort of building consent and or environmental management, site management controls. Happy to take guidance or feedback as to how best to manage that.
If the matter of asbestos in buildings relates to their removal in the contaminated land context, then it may need to be undertaken subject to the advice from the environmental practitioner when that happens first up. If the issue of asbestos being in the buildings for the purpose of the building being gone or renovated in terms of just general construction activity, it might be outside the ambit of the NES. So probably something to just be mindful of is that when, you know, the processes that actually engage management of asbestos might be more to do with building consent or other reasons. Yeah.
And in relation to stage one, and how this is going to interact. So essentially you've got two parts to this. You've got the independent living, private living, and then you've got essentially open to anybody parts of this proposal. So stage one and then the development through stage two. How does it, can you clarify how the common areas are going to be managed and how they're going to be utilised, or is there another proposal there?
Commissioner Patterson, is that a consent condition question, or is it something that we as owners might comment on?
Well, maybe just firstly, from a implementation perspective, what's the condition 3, condition 10A? It refers to the stages. In condition A2 says any further stage titling of individual lots within the IRL precinct shall ensure the lots are delivered in a cohesive manner together with the accompanying open space areas. 100 to 104 in rights of way. And then condition 3 under that says the first stage of titling individual lots within the IRL precinct after stage 1 shall include So the way the conditions are framed up, the independent retirement living precinct would be, the open space areas would be sort of titled commensurate to those lots, and particularly if they have frontage to those lots. But there is flexibility in the condition, and there's nothing specifically holding certain IRL lots to certain open space areas.
No, sorry, I may have not been clear there. What I was meaning is how do we, and it may be more like Mr. Garden mentioned in relation to the functioning of the, I guess, the fee simple title for the lots at the back, which is the north western part, and how that interacts, because these the 46 lot owners in the common areas, including lot 100, how will they interact? Where is there, and that might be better directed in, but from a, but how does it interact?
Well, they're not in terms of the consent. I mean, the conditions of consent and the consent framework as was proposed meant that IRL lot owners need to be part of the management entity managing the open space. The 8 large lot, we'll call them the large lot residential or sort of general suburban size lots at the back of the subdivision, the conditions don't require them to be part of the management entity. Shannon has sort of mused with us the idea of those lot owners being able to buy into that scheme. there's two elements to that. From a regulatory perspective, we're not certain if the council need to be, involved with that in terms of it being a regulator around those other lot owners buying into that scheme and obviously paying the management entity fees, but also benefiting from the public open space and amenity derived from that. The other probably more technical element too, though, is that the amalgamation conditions are set out that the independent retirement living owners are a 146 or hold a 146 share in the open space lots. That's a sort of technical issue. So the short answer is that currently the 8 suburban large lot residential lots aren't formally part of the open space and private open space management areas, including lot 100. But if they wanted to be, or the consent holders decided that they should be, it may require variation to the consent to bring those in because there might be some technical non-compliances. But fundamentally, at the same time, it's not a regulatory issue in terms of them needing to be involved to sort of mitigate or manage effects on the environment and the ongoing use of those lots. Hope that helped as a bit of an answer.
Yeah, and it does, and that somewhere in here there is the possibility for those other 8 lots to be included at some time in the future, but that would then trigger the requirements that have been specified for the other lot owners.
Yep.
So there is some, like you say, would be some non-compliances in relation to that and how that would be.
Yeah. So it's not formally part of the proposal at this stage, but it's not something that's been sort of thrown around. But given where the application had got to, we didn't want to sort of change it at this stage.
If I might offer an addition, the consent notices. So for that to happen, it would have to happen kind of absolute. They couldn't. You'd want to make them properly a part of the precinct, which would mean that those titles need the consent notices. So there is a process, I believe, would need to be gone through, and we haven't figured out what that would look like, and maybe that needs a bit more work. In terms of, if you had questions about staging, I can offer some thoughts in connection to how the 8 lots at the rear would exist through a development cycle alongside an independent retirement precinct. So noting that the main roading network is a vested road network. Creation of those roads associated with the independent retirement development have to come before any further development of the 8 lots at the rear. So once the vested roads are in place, development, the subdivision, the titling of those lots at the rear would be able to proceed.
So has there been any consideration by yourselves to include that as part of the whole precinct?
That's a very real option, and you need to do a little more work on how that. We would like the option that it not be, but we're working on an option to incorporate it, or a process by which it could be incorporated in the future.
You could imagine potential owners of those large lots wanting to.
Exactly.
Because once they see what it's being used for, I can park my camper van there as opposed to having it up my driveway. Yeah.
But so I want to take a second. That's where we get into the integrity and the long-term sustainability of this retirement proposition. If you do that in a half-hearted way and you start saying, well, you live next door, you can use the storage facility, or you live next door, you can go and play tennis. For that retirement precinct to be credible, genuine, sustainable, long-term, those people need to be part of the retirement precinct. They need to be subject to the retirement precinct consent notices as to age and qualification. They need to pay their fees. They need to be not just neighbours who get to join in, they need to be part of the precinct. So that would be how we would see it being set up.
Would need to buy into the incorporated society.
Correct, and they'd need to be subject to those same. So let's say I wasn't a retired person and I lived there and I decided to wanted to join. Well, I wouldn't qualify. So they need to. Those parties to join need to be subject to the same restrictions and obligations and rights and so forth as the under that incorporated society structure.
So it would be reasonable. It would be, in your opinion, do you think it would be messy if there was some and some not being part of that?
In my opinion, yes. And so we're working on it rather than it being this kind of opt-in process. We're thinking that it needs to be addressed at the development stage.
But just to round that out, I think from a regulatory perspective and the council's involvement with it would be in terms of administering the consent notice conditions. And it's relatively binary. Those 8 lots are at the moment they're out. And that's as simple as that. They access a vested road to get to their lots off a standard sort of right-of-way, either direct frontage to it or through a right-of-way process. And they're out. So that's relatively simple, and that's a sort of the beginning and end of it really from a.
But it does tie into what, and if you're talking about a precinct level, it does tie in through the whole plan and how the whole development.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, yeah.
Is. So I think it is actually it's a relevant thing for.
Oh, it is too, but in terms of how it would sort of play out in terms of the lot being titled or people living on those lots, it's from a, when you're thinking about it from a council sort of compliance perspective and what would end up being on the consent notice conditions. At the moment, they're just not part of that, and so it's relatively straightforward.
Yes, however, would it be reasonable to think that if there was any issues, the first people, if those 8 lots at the back, they would come to council if there was an issue? As opposed to the management unit that's looking after the joint shared property, as in the 100 to 107.
Yeah, I mean, my answer is just a simple no, but Mr. Garden can make another, can offer an answer too.
So we are in the unusual situation of having this vested roadwork in addition to these road stubs connecting next door. So in this context, these 8 lots that we're considering just at the moment are identical to the 60 lots in William Hill next door, or the however many 100 lots might be developed on the Lions block in 10 years' time. So they're connected via a vested road network, which public at large gets to use. None of those public, although there might be some informal use, none of those public have a right of access or use over these common areas controlled within the independent retirement precinct.
Okay.
So our 8 units there might be likened to Russell's 60 lots next door.
So on that basis, then connectivity, which was going to be where I headed next, it's very clear from this plan that you've provided connectivity, as Mr. Garden has just pointed out, in relation to 2 lots, one which has already got consent, and the other which may or may not be developed in the future. That is something that this doesn't consider, but there is there's a lot of connectivity that has been provided, both sideways and through the middle, but it doesn't connect through to the back. Can you talk to that?
Well, I wish I fundamentally wasn't part of the design of the subdivision. The land holdings to the back are comparatively smaller individually than the 2 large land holdings to the north and south.
Okay, so there was mention of it in the report, and this will probably be picked up by council staff and by listening online, that was recommended. Can you talk a little bit more to that in relation to what was recommended, that there was some form of connectivity to those rear lots?
Well, only in the context that it's never been sort of proposed to be part of the application, so that sort of recommendation didn't come from the applicant's team. That's probably about all I sort of have to say on that. I don't think, like I said, those lots individually to the rear, to the east, are quite small, and there doesn't seem to be an obvious need for that. I mean, the other element too is that there's no structure plan for this area which identifies roading connections through lots. It's potentially one of the issues when you have a sort of upzoning of what was rural residential land into urban land, is that there's already been sort of fragmentation and subdivision. So they're not sort of pure greenfield subdivisions. But in the absence of any structure plan in the district plan sort of guiding or requiring connections, what's proposed is considered sufficient. There hasn't been any shortcomings identified by either the applicant or the council's transport engineer or transport experts in terms of those a lack of connection to future areas.
Yeah, no, I'm just noting that. I'm just conscious. Yeah. 12:05. Just conscious that I still have a few more questions, but and I'm not sure these guys might have some more questions. How is everybody happy just to continue on for a wee bit longer, and then we will break after Mr. Barr's? Is everybody okay with that? I just want to, yeah, in relation to that connectivity, that we've got Mr. and Mrs. Conway here that were in lot 3. About in relation to lot 4. So I know that there were three submitters, three people that were served that notice. Was that lot 4, was that not included in the notification?
No, my understanding it was just lot 3, Conway property, and the adjoining property to the north, which was the Molyneux Estates property, where I think Mr. Iverson provided written approval to that. My understanding from reading the council's notification report was that the reasons for notice being served on those 2 properties was to do with the perceived increased density because of the lot sizes, rather than a deficiency of the proposal in terms of access or connections through the other sites.
So lot 4 had no application served on them.
Great.
Okay. And in relation to the recommendation that the lots down the northeastern boundary, that in relation to the design aspect, it's been recommended that the houses are of a certain typology right the way down that boundary. Can you speak to that? And also, I guess, from the perspective of what the William Hill, looking from their larger lot, looking in, how that would be potentially a reverse sensitivity.
Yeah, well, firstly, just to be clear, the William Hill landowners provided written approval. So any adverse effects that would need to be considered would need to go either beyond that site, or be of a nature that needed to be considered from an internal perspective. In relation to lot 3, the Conway property, that's addressed in both Mr. White's report and in my evidence as well, and there's conditions proposed that address that. And what's proposed there, it's some consent notice conditions for future houses on lots. Get the number right. 21, 22, 1 and 54. And there's a requirement that the main residential unit is set back 6 metres from the property. The large lot residential rules, subject to the recession plane being met, recession plane containment angle being met, permit a building up to 3 metres from the boundary. So what's proposed, the applicant's proposed 6 metre setback for the main residential unit on these sites, and then the accessory buildings can be 3 metres.
And in relation to that, the additional buildings that could be within that 3 metres would be a ancillary building for residential, so like a
garages,
or a green flat could be included in that, couldn't it?
Yep.
So in relation to those, the balance of the lots, and this is probably excluding the 8 larger lots contained in stage 1. Has there been any in relation to or clarification that there's any restriction on additional ancillary domestic buildings, which are permitted, but just given the sizing and one domestic?
No, this is in relation to lots 51 and 54.
No, excluding those 8. And this is for the 1 to 46.
Oh, right. In relation to this lot 3 property specifically, or just generally?
No, generally in relation from lot 1 to 46.
Yeah.
They could have an additional residential building under the plan. The small.
I don't think they could. I think we volunteered a condition, sorry. Sorry, when you asked me that condition before. I
say there was a volunteered condition.
Yeah, sorry, when you asked me that question before, I think you were talking about lots 51 and 54 in relation to the Conway submission.
Where did you, I haven't.
No, well,
if I may, I wonder if it's not a more specific condition, it might be caught by the general requirement for buildings to be in accordance with what's provided for plans themselves.
Yes, my concern is under the fee simple application of this, there is the district plan allows for that type of activity to occur.
yeah, that's something to consider.
Maybe
if it gives you comfort, then
reply, you guys might want to talk through and come back to us on that one.
Yep, that's right. I mean, when this was promulgated as well, the NES for detached residential unit, yeah, we'll think about that.
we could close it out very quickly.
Yeah, I don't think it's the intention to have residential flats or second units on the IRL lots.
And it would bugger up the whole retirement.
Yeah.
Use, and so it's a no.
That's right. Okay, you guys got some questions just while I'm.
It's teasing out from the operational perspective, these are public roads. So the Joe Public's got access right through the whole. As opposed to in a, I'm going to say, a traditional retirement village, it'd be a gated community and only people access. So how do you imagine it being, you're going to police sort of stopping me from going playing tennis on that flash new tennis court?
I'll offer a response to that. I think facilities of that nature will utilise locks and other things to control access. The issue arises much more so on just the open space. And so there will be a need for the active members of that incorporated society committee to undertake some sort of a policing function. There may need to be some suitably not sort of large scale signage, but some communication to the public at large that this is private land. But it is certainly not intended that there be fences and sort of physical hard barriers. So there will need to be a wee bit of tolerance in the real world about if people choose to walk from one side of that thing to the other, treating it as a public park, then that's just.
You can see that general public would see that wide open space and make the observation it's public reserve.
We do. We absolutely see that. And I again default back to this notion of setting this thing up, this named precinct as a identified community with an identified function. And so within the Alexandra Township, that becomes known as the Dunstan Common Retirement Community. And you're relying on a wee bit of public knowledge and awareness of the nature of that land use. And also a wee bit of tolerance among the residents that sure, people will drive through there, and if they stop, and certainly on the road frontage up by Dunstan Road, if people stop and had a picnic, fair play, nobody's going to get too upset. So it will need to be carefully managed. But we acknowledge the point you raise, that there is a wee bit of ambiguity about public-private space.
I'm just thinking from the that could be extra grief for the residents having to, as you say, police it.
Yep.
And I suppose there's a certain amount of trial and error involved in. Yeah. Okay.
And it's so we talk about those connections and the extent of the vested roads. So and also the nature of these engineering conditions. It's certainly our desire that the wee piece of roading coming through from the Molyneux Estate, which way am I? Here, coming through from Molyneux Estate.
Yep.
It's our desire that that doesn't become a principal access for 60 residents of Molyneux Lifestyle Village, Russell's development, heading into town. And so, and this gets us into engineering design, but it would be our desire to have, for example, a wee bit of traffic calming on this, such that the principal residential traffic flow out of Molyneux Lifestyle Village comes straight out onto Dunstan Road and doesn't come through what is essentially a private area. And that also, if I might, speaks to this nature of further connections. We actively do not seek to feed all of the rest of the large lot residential zoning through our retirement village.
So it's the reason, right, my understanding from early on that don't want hard conditions imposed on you as far as that's concerned, because you want the opportunity to work with your estate and our engineers to resolve those issues without us putting this in binding conditions on you at this stage of the process.
Short answer, yes.
Yes, okay. Is it that? What I have with that is that just there's no clarity or
So
lack of uniformity or
not our first experience with council, not our first time through the engineering acceptance process. And our lived experience is that that is a very rigorous process. We do not call the shots, council do, and we know that. And so it will be council that tell us what to do in accordance with their standards. It's vested road. What we seek is the opportunity to have some considered dialogue about the nature of this use, and then for council to tell us, okay, here's the extent to which we are prepared to accommodate a slightly different than generic set of public infrastructure. But it will remain council's call as part of the engineering approval process.
I'd be very interested to hear when it comes to our 42A report writer and our engineer who's sitting there with their comments on that. So,
sure, thank you.
Just in relation to 2 points as well, back to your question. Certainly a valid issue to raise, what is the actual practical use of these open space areas going to be, and how do you physically stop someone from using that space if they're not part of it? For context, the journey the application's been on is that when it was originally lodged, those open space areas were offered that the council would be the benefiting party to an easement and gross, which means that they'd be effectively public space, but managed by and paid for by private people. There was also a council reserve that was offered as well, and council officers said that a reserve in that location wasn't supported, so that was off the table as well. So those sort of mechanisms have been explored through the application as to involving the use and how the public generally might occupy that space. So I guess having considered that feedback and now just being proposed as private open space, it's essentially up to the management entity to deal with how random members of the public might occupy that land as well. And just an example on the disparity between the conditions. I mean, I've sort of mentioned that in my evidence, but for instance, the proposed vehicle crossing onto Dunstan Road is requested in the conditions for the application to be a NZTA diagram E standard, but the vehicle crossing onto Dunstan Road or the Molyneux Estate subdivision, which serves more properties, is a different type of crossing. And there's been less than a year since the consents have been between the Molyneux Estate consent being granted, which is being developed now, and the recommended conditions. So there's it sort of goes back to my evidence by saying there is a potential here for prescriptive conditions being included in the engineering design and acceptance process should take care of that.
thank you.
What's the intention of those two, like you're saying you're trying to keep this a private space amongst those owners. Why then did you include that lot 107, those properties that listed? What's the intention in having those there whilst also trying to keep out residents? So you don't want that to become a thoroughfare through from next door. Lot 107 going to the other side as well, like there. It looks like, excuse me, it looks like intentional access. So I'm just wondering what the purpose of the road layout was and what that intention was.
So in the case of the connection through to the northwest to the Molyneux Lifestyle Village to Ibbetson's, we inherited that obligation. We have no saying that it's not something we have preferred to do, it's simply what is required on the property that we've find ourselves developing.
But the one to the south, block 107, is that
Yeah,
The Lions block.
the lines.
that same or is that?
So no, that is our, and it's, we see that as an obligation, perhaps you might say a minimum standard of connectivity through there. It's, I suspect, had we not volunteered it, we would have been required by council to include it. We've gone through the same process at 155 Dunstan Road, and that's been the journey there. It was the journey of Russell to create some connectivity in local to us. And in the nature of these things, the Lions are supporting our proposal. And so that's part of the private arrangement we have agreed with the Lions.
I just have a quick question in relation to the planting plan, and just with regards to the trees and the pavements. And this may be being very pedantic, but it would be really great to have some, and hopefully, Spa, you may be able to point me to this, that all mitigating factors for root guards around trees will be put in place so that any impact well beyond all of our years sitting here, that would be whether you guys have considered it in that detail or if that's part of the flexibility that you desire.
That would be part of the flexibility. There's a condition that requires a landscaping, a landscape master plan and plan to be resubmitted for certification as part of the engineering acceptance. That's certainly the trees that are on the road reserve, and there'll be a management. I'd expect the council would want to see both the establishment regime and an ongoing management regime as well, which is part of the more detailed engineering approval process. And so that the same from the council's parks officers or whoever gives them input into the species identification, planting and retention of street trees.
The further question to that is the water that's being used for irrigation, what mitigating factors or how are you going to manage the making sure that somebody's grandchild who comes along doesn't stick their face over the top of something that's out of a essentially a non-compliant
water drinking source. It's used inadvertently for water drinking.
Yes.
But I'd say if any measures need, it's council officers will probably talk better to this, but it's the last sort of 6 months to a year, it's become apparent that the council want to see sort of street tree and landscaping sourced separately from the potable water supply. I think as that process plays out and as those measures are physically implemented and certified during the subdivision process, if there's any requirements that the waters that water source is managed in that way to stop somebody from drinking it and getting sick, then I think that would probably play out through that process, whether it be a sign or the water source being contained. Yeah, or made not accessible to people who should know better or who don't know better. Yeah.
that'll be more at design phase.
That's right. Just to give you a definitive answer to your former question, condition 16P, which is a prior to section 224C certification, says from my page 10 of the conditions, Is planting and landscaping within a road shall be landscaped in general accordance with the plan, and then it says in accordance with the council's district tree and with automated irrigation, provided the planting must be undertaken in consultation with the satisfaction of council's parks and reserves manager. So that's all sort of wrapped up as part of the engineering acceptance. So that's.
I think that's me. Okay, thank you, everybody. We are half an hour over when we said we would be. So we'll break for lunch and we then come back at 1 o'clock.
Cool. Thank you.
Everybody. Just before we go to the submitters, Mr. Bauer, I've just got another question for you, please. Just while I was at the break, I was thinking about it. Can you explain what the difference is between a comprehensive residential development and the independent retirement living? Those two things under the plan, please. Just so I'm clear.
Comprehensive residential development is where a proposal achieves an average of 1,500 square meters per lot or per residential unit. Independent, that's compared to the generic standards that require the minimum site size for each is 1,500 squares. So an independent retirement living is a concept that's part of this proposal. Do you mean that retirement village is defined in the plan, or your question is independent retirement?
No, just as, I mean, obviously there was the referral was about independent retirement living and how that.
There's actually different concepts. Former comprehensive residential development provides for the ability to develop and subdivide lots smaller than the minimum prescribed lot size, providing the average is met. Independent retirement living is a concept that is specific to this application that provides for 46 lots to be developed and used for retirement living and the use of open space and the use of the community and storage hub. That's the key distinction.
It's the lots that are communal in ownership that you're talking about.
That's right, lots 1 to 46, yeah.
Makes sense, thank you. Right, okay. On my serious.
Thank you. Right. Firstly, apologies for not being here from the start. This morning we were working to the wrong time, so.
Jesse could grab those from you if you like.
Thank you. One each for the commissioners and one for you all. Please, Commissioner Patterson, to hear you asking about comprehensive residential development.
Jesse, sorry, just 2 seconds. Can you
Sure.
pass that over to right, and we can share it.
Because
sorry.
it's fine. No, I was saying we're pleased to hear you ask about comprehensive residential development frameworks because we are lay people surrounded by experts and have had a relatively short lead time with a lot of this, and we've got whiplash. It's been a lot to get our heads around as an immediate neighbour, and it's been a case of every time we have a conversation, something else seems to fall out of the tree. Not altogether negatively, and we should say at the start, we're not oppositional. You'll see from our written submission that we gave qualified support. We weren't planning to speak today, but as matters have emerged and these iterations have happened, we did feel it necessary to speak with you. So if you're okay, I'm just going to run through as quickly as possible our written statement today. So thank you first for the opportunity to speak to our written submission, which was dated 20th of March 2026. In that submission, we gave our qualified support to this resource consent application or applications and raised the issue of building setbacks for those lots next to our boundary. We indicated in our submission that we did not wish to speak at this hearing. We've changed our minds in order to briefly seek clarifications and make corrections to setback issues we have raised, as well as to briefly address references to us and our property in the most recent submissions made by the applicant, specifically those by Mr. Barr, Mr. Garden, and the legal submissions. And it's probably best to characterise what we're speaking about today as clarifications and corrections. That's really the thrust. These most recent submissions from the applicant were filed after the closing date for our submission. So in fairness, we are asking for the opportunity to briefly respond to the references made to us or to our property and the related issues. So there are 6. The first is the crunchiest, I guess, or a crunchy issue. We agree, pardon me, the second one is. The first one is just by way of context. We agree with the assessment of Mr. Barr in paragraph 94 of his evidence. Our concern is with amenity values, not reverse sensitivity. Position where we are also going to be zoned large lot residential, but because of the nature of the access issues with our property, it could be many years before that's developed. So retaining some sort of rural, semi-rural character is of importance to us. Point 2, with this in mind, we asked Glenoir to apply a 6-metre setback from our boundary to the primary residential units of the relevant Dunstan common lots. Mr. Garden gave us this assurance in an email dated 10th of April this year, and I've attached that as an appendix. And along with this email, attached a design plan titled Graphic of Boundary Treatment Along the Northeast Boundary, and that's also attached. And I should say that in the exchanges we've had with Mr. Garden, those have been helpful and productive for the most part, so we appreciate that. This shows, this graphic that was provided shows a 6-metre setback for the primary residential unit applied to lots 21, 22, 49, 50, 51 and 53. And
No, it's actually, the thing that he's shown is actually attached as one of the back pages.
Sorry, yes, it's stapled.
Yeah, not one of the ones that you'll be looking at.
This was the attachment I received in the email, or we received. Give you an opportunity to.
Are you talking about the proposed lots 21, 22, 54 and 51?
No, there are actually 2 others, and that's the point of this sub-part of our submission. There's also a 3-metre setback for garages and accessory buildings for the 4 lots. That's the green. The 6-metre setback is represented by the red dotted line. The 3-metre setback for ancillary buildings and garages is, I think, represented by the green dotted line, and it's appendix 2 at the back of the handout. For your due to continue.
Oh, sorry, pardon me.
That's all right.
I'm looking at the map.
No, that's good.
That's right. We're new to this. However, it appears on our reading that these agreed setbacks for lots 49 and 50 have not been included in the resource consent applications. Mr. Barr's report. They appear to have dropped out. We suggested as relevant to note that our property title includes the full length of our driveway, which also forms the boundary with lots 49 and 50. And to assist the panel, we've also included the email, the unredacted email from Mr. Garden, appendix 1 at the back of the handout, and the key line is in the second paragraph. So we are happy to propose that 6-metre setback continue right along your boundary for the houses. And that was supported by the graphic, which included lots 49 and 50. And that was the basis upon that was the basis of our understanding. Yes, before the submission closed. Thanks, Simon. So we believe the inclusion of lots 49 and 50 for the agreed setback conditions is captured by the design plan, which is Appendix 2, and by that reference I mentioned in Mr. Garnett's email. In addition, we've noticed that in Mr. Garden's email, all the attached design plan addresses the setback for garages and accessory buildings for lots 21 and 22. And of course, those are the ones we're most keenly interested in because they're only the northeast corner of the development is only 27.5 metres from our home. And so a lot of the discussion's been around lots 21 and 22. So due to this proximity, we had understood the 6 metre setbacks for those two would also apply to the garages and accessory buildings. But the Appendix 2 design plan, the green dotted line doesn't cross 21 and 22. So it's either unknown or ambiguous, and we're looking for some clarity around that. So in terms of what we're asking for with respect to this point, we're requesting the panel to confirm in any relevant resource consents that the agreed boundary setbacks, those being 6 metres for primary residential units, 3 metres for garages and accessory buildings, are applied with lots 49, 50, 51 and 54. And with respect to those two northeastern lots closest to us, 21 and 22, we're asking that the 6 metre setback from our boundary be applied for all buildings, including garages and accessory buildings. As I say, that was, and to be fair, my head's swimming, but that was the understanding that I thought we were working towards, or that we had. Underline too, that before making our written submission as a notified party, and that went in on the 20th of March this year, we were led to understand that the need for a hearing rested entirely on whether or not we raised any objections. We have since been told source that this was not the case, that a hearing would have been required with or without our support. Our written submission was accordingly rather muted. Since that time, since it was filed, the applicant has made other submissions to the panel, which in part attempt to summarise our position and the effects on us. And so we're hoping, as lay people, that we can have a little bit of scope to address some of that. So in reference to that, paragraph 85 of the bar report talks about the two adjoining properties to the rear of the proposal. I think that would be us and Mr. Hamilton, and discusses the connections issue and the case for that not holding up because the yield and associated traffic would be substantially lower, and that these two properties only total 2.6 hectares. We'd like to point out that our shared driveway also currently provides access to another 4 hectare property that is also zoned large lot residential. So that brings it to 6.6 hectares that are those rear lots immediately affected. So in our view, which is apparently shared by the council's engineering officer, Mr. Harnan, and we've attached that comment as Appendix 3 from the bar report, we believe there is justification for road access through Dunstan Common to these rear properties. We've raised this more than once with the applicant, and we, along with our neighbours at 35 and 37 Hillview Road, submitted vigorously on this issue of connectivity during the consultation of Plan Change 19. And to be honest, we thought at that time that council would take a lead and be live to the issue, because essentially what has been zoned large lot could sit undeveloped for many, many years because of the unique nature of the access issues and services. But I will get to services because there appears to be some progress on that front. And that is point 4, and I'm just about done, I promise you. So point 4 refers to advice note 7 on pages 51 and 82 of the bar report. And it states that a developer agreement may be reached with the CODC to provide for infrastructure upsizing to ensure new infrastructure services provide for future upstream catchment where appropriate. Now, I'm not sure whether this relates to bringing services through the boundary or not, but independent of that point, we do understand that council may be looking to reach an agreement with the applicant at the engineering acceptance stage to bring services from Dunstan Common to our driveway boundary. We just want to place on record that we'd support this as a measure that would help encourage the future development of large lot residential properties that otherwise face challenges with respect to services and roading access. Point 5 is an example of the iterations that have occurred, and that we'd just like some reassurance around, and that is that, and it was discussed this morning, if the large lots were at some point to be pulled into the independent retirement living precinct, we just want some assurance that there'll be no further subdivision of lot sizes. And lastly, and again, it's a layperson question, just wanting an understanding that the 5.4 metre build heights for lots 21 and 22, which are those closest to us, does that height limit relate to roof peaks or the top of chimneys? So look, thank you for the opportunity to expand on our written submission and the opportunity to participate here today. I'm happy to take any questions. I should just ask too, whether, when I heard the discussion this morning about road access to the rear, I did wonder whether we have any standing to talk about that, given that we're a notified party, or is there a limiting factor around us commenting on that?
Sorry, can you just say that again?
I just wanted, when there was a discussion this morning from the applicant, between the applicant and you about, you asked a question about access, whether that had been considered to the rear sections. I'm just wondering whether we had any standing as a party to this to be able to comment on that. And I guess we kind of have with what we've brought up.
At the end of the day, a submitter can bring up all, any issues, any matters that have been risen from the documentation. So you are permitted to do that.
In their submission, they can.
Yeah.
In their submission, they can raise anything they like. And then what they then speak to is effectively framed by what their submission raises.
So I'll come back to you.
Sorry.
We'll get that clarified for you.
Yeah. Okay. If there's a discussion around scope, I guess that I'd perhaps want the opportunity to talk about the procedure and the frustrations we experienced. Again, attaching no blame anywhere, and we're not in opposition of the proposal at all.
So you're provided that the queries and the questions get answered, you your as you just said, your original submission as far as grant, or that you don't pose.
Absolutely. We're not resolving from that. No. It's just that as lay people, we had a lot of information, and even though we had that month, it was essentially like learning, it was going to school, and it was a lot. And we found shifting sands. And again, I guess that's an inevitability of a complex development, but we've kind of, we're trying to sort of represent our position through that. As I say, we weren't intending to speak today, but we felt it necessary to.
Just one thing that just the use, and it's been used a few times today, is the use of the word precinct. Just the precinct side of things is representative of a plan process, and that's not what we're doing here today. So just so you know.
I had been calling it a village, but whatever.
Yes. Yeah.
Sure.
So with regards to your, just so I'm absolutely 100% clear, with regards to all of the lots down your boundary, So that's 21, 22, 54, 51, 50 and 49. And from your attached documentation, you are confirming that you want a 6 metre boundary for the primary residential unit.
Setback, correct.
Setback, correct. And the 3 metre setback is that you are happy with the 3 metre setback on 54, 51, 50 and 49? Or is that different? Is the entirety of those lots meant to be 6 metres from your opinion?
No, great question. We're happy with the graphic, the design plan that was sent as the attachment and that we've attached for you. We're happy with that with respect to lots 54, 51, 50 and 59. We're happy with those 6 metre and 3 metre setbacks. With respect to the two lots closest to us, 21 and 22, as I said before, it's at least ambiguous, but it's not entirely clear to us. We thought we were dealing with a 6 metre setback for all buildings for those two corner lots, because
Given that the green line
doesn't continue, and also there seemed to be an appreciation from the developers of our situation with respect to them. I mean, they're both. We had a discussion, for example, about for first learning about comprehensive residential frameworks. You know, why is there a 960 and 1100 metre square sections as part of this? And then we had to understand about the averaging of common spaces. But part of the discussion was, well, could two sections become one and be more simpatico with the Ibbotson development, which were all 2000 plus? And that discussion didn't progress. So that's why we've zeroed in on setbacks.
I'm sure that the applicant will bring that up in their right of reply.
Sure, thank you.
Okay, and the last part was you mentioned about the clarification for heights, and that's in relation to the lots 21 and 22. So someone from the applicant side will address that.
Is that 0.6?
So that, yeah, your last, 0.6.
Yes.
So the applicant will have that.
Yeah,
Address those issues.
it'll be dealt with in 10 seconds, I'm sure. So, thank you.
Okay. And
100. Sorry, did you want to say something?
so we can do that we'll do that at the end.
Fine, thank you.
Thank you, guys. Great. Okay. Right. Right.
Panel, possibly a logical order of responses might be from Mr. Church first on urban design matters, and you can question him. Then Mr. Smith, then Mr. Harnan, and then myself. So I'll just invite Mr. Church, who's online, deal with the points from matters arising and through the information what he wants to highlight.
The floor is yours. Can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
I didn't have any specific matters to summarise, other than I can provide a broad overview that there was some material difference between the two applications. The latest application, in my view, made some material difference to the northwest interface. I understand there's been neighbouring sign-off on that, notwithstanding the Hillview Road site, which has just been submitted on. So happy to talk to that in response to questions. I think the scheme in general is pretty well conceived. Typically, in my experience on working with this comprehensive development mechanism, it's really around managing the externalities of these developments, and the intention is, with smaller lot sizes, there's the I guess the ability to cluster those internally within the site. In this case, the open space has been provided for the internal amenity of the subdivision, and some of those smaller lots have been placed around the outside. So that's just something that, in my opinion, needed to be managed. And I think the duplex approach that the applicant has applied was a good solution to that. And I raised the issue that not all of them are duplex, and some of them didn't, I guess, neatly fit with their, I guess, permitted baseline that they illustrated. So I raised that as a potential issue. And probably the other key one from my perspective was that the connectivity, which I think has been raised already today. I was of the mind that there would likely be a desire line between neighbouring developments, and anticipated that there would be people, the public wanting to walk through that central common area. So in a way, I was just raising that as a potential issue that might need to be managed in the future. If it's not publicly accessible, then obviously that would need to be managed in some way. Having said that, I'm pretty comfortable there is connectivity available, and so people can walk around the public streets to get either side of the site. It's probably just not as convenient in my mind. And I am sympathetic to, I think I raised the issue of having at least pedestrian and cycle connectivity to some of those northern sites. Potentially, I sort of indicated it could be potentially through those lots 51 and 50, or between lots 51 and 50, for instance. But it could be anywhere along that northern boundary, simply from the that sort of broader principles of permeability and connectivity for public to public access points, and notwithstanding a structure plan provided across the whole large lot zone. I think as an early adopter in within this zone, there's an opportunity to provide those connections in a place that was logical for the first mover of that development. So other than that, I think I'm happy to take questions. I think they were my main issues.
Thank you. Questions? I just have a question in relation to figure 1 of your report. And this is, figure 1 of the report in relation to the recommended vested public open space and access easements. Can you, that one, can you please speak to that one there and clarify?
Yeah, that's
your star on that.
Yeah, so from my perspective, as I said earlier, I was imagining there would be, I'd anticipate there would be some desire line for visitors to, if they had friends in one development on either side of this retirement village or subdivision, that they may want to go and visit each other and take an active travel to get there, or indeed a vehicle. The reason why I highlighted the red box was essentially that that's identified as the most convenient direction if you were a pedestrian or cyclist wanting to traverse the development between two neighbouring sites, then that would be the logical place. Having said that, I do consider you could go around the public street network and still get there. It's just not as convenient. And then the larger red box was really just indicating, the potential for open space to provide public amenity. Obviously, when you look at the matters of discretion within the comprehensive development provisions, the item 4, for instance, is talking about delivering public benefit, using that comprehensive development mechanism to deliver public benefit, and that might be in the form of reserves or access or just general infrastructure improvements. So in my mind, and there was I recall, I haven't got it in front of me, but I recall there was a ratio of site area or site area to the amount of open space that is provided. So if there was going to be a public provision of open space, that figure of mine seemed to be the logical one from my perspective, because of that connectivity benefit.
I think that was pretty much, that's me. Actually, sorry, can you just, we've brought up the recommendation that solid fencing is restricted. Can you can you clarify? Because there's been several requests in relation to fencing. Can you talk through that, why you would restrict that?
Well, firstly, I appreciate that fencing might not be a matter of control in the plan, but from my perspective, with I guess a tighter number of lots, which you get from having those smaller lots up against the boundary, there is a perception that there would be, a greater number of those fences. So typically, if you have a bigger 1,500 square metre site, then the visual dominance of that of fences is far reduced. And so if you have, say, 4 lots, I'm just thinking the equivalent of what the lot size to the neighbouring development. If you have 4 lots there, that just visually that is quite a significant, quite a large number of fence lines to visually manage. And also, I guess, just from a privacy between units, I think, again, as lot sizes are tighter and buildings are getting closer together within those sort of smaller lots, then there's more privacy issues to manage and outlook issues as well. So my suggestion was to have a softer approach to that. You can still maintain privacy and a sense of separation between lots with a vegetative hedge, for instance. My concern is that a 1.8 metre long run steel fence is quite a lot to visually manage within those smaller lot sizes along that edge.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Church. No, nothing further from us.
In which case I'll direct Mr. Smith to respond to matters access and roading and the like.
Yes, good afternoon. I haven't got a formal presentation or statement, but there are several matters I'd like to talk to, if that would assist the panel.
Yes, thank you. That'd be great.
Great. Okay. So I've been listening in all morning and just picked up on a few things. Firstly, in reference to this is condition 16I, where there was previously a reference to NZTA diagram E, which has now been replaced with Austroad's Guide to Road Design Guidance. Diagram E is an upgrade, which is in relation to state highway corridors as opposed to local road corridors. The Austroad's guidance is less onerous. With state highways, often they're fairly high volume roads. You have a lot more heavy vehicles, longer vehicles. Therefore, that particular access upgrade is more onerous than the Austroads one. In the context of Dunstan Road, I think that the Austroads one is more appropriate, as is in the current condition set. The next matter I'd like to comment on is the one lane right of way. I think it's right of way C in the scheme plan. So one of the recommendations from my report, which was appended to the 42A, was that a condition be included. And I'll just read out the section from my report. It's section 3 of the APLU technical note. Bullet point 3 in section 3. Appropriate signage and road marking should be provided to ensure compliant use of the one-way right-of-way serving lots 38 to 46, and to ban parking from the right-of-way. I then continue to say vehicle tracking should also be provided to confirm that a rubbish truck can service these lots as part of detailed design. So the right-of-way is quite narrow, and the southwest corner of it, or elbow in the road, is very tight. So some vehicle tracking was provided by the applicant's traffic engineer, Mr. Carr. And there's a small excerpt, on figure 2.2, which is the top of page 7 of my technical note, which accompanied the 42A, which shows that the tracking, that was an 8-metre rigid truck, which is a typical rubbish truck, gets within about 25 centimetres of the boundary there. Now, that is, I understand, intended to be a reserve, but my concern is if there was a fence or another permanent structure on that boundary, then a rubbish truck will struggle to get around there, and the same would apply for fire and emergency vehicles. Through the detailed design process, that, in my view, is a matter that needs to be addressed, as well as having appropriate signage and road markings so that the use of the one-way right-of-way is compliant. Next issue relates to lot 100, which is the storage facility on site. There was previously a condition 16S, which has been struck out, and I heard some discussion around this morning, including that there's unlikely to be parking occurring within that, and I understand the storage facility is intended for people that live within the development, which is helpful. The struck out condition 16S, there's a couple of elements to it. The most important from my perspective is that the vehicle crossings should be heavy vehicle duty crossings. They should be engineered appropriately, because I think it's reasonable to assume that there will be some heavy vehicles accessing the storage facility to drop stuff off, pick stuff up. So the vehicle crossings should be engineered accordingly. The other reference within that struck out condition is to rule 12.7.2 of the district plan. So that rule within the plan addresses matters such as the dimensions of any car parking, having a sealed surface and appropriate stormwater treatments, sufficient manoeuvring space to ensure that it's a safe car parking environment, avoiding conflicts of boundaries, and addressing lighting and landscaping matters. So there's quite a bit going on there. In the context of a storage facility, I would anticipate that, look, it's not going to be a supermarket or a shopping centre. It's going to probably have a very, very low use. usage in terms of vehicle parking. To be practical, I'd imagine that only a very small part of that site would actually be allocated to car parking. One of the reasons I brought this up is that on the landscaping plan, so what I'm looking at is 11th of December 2025. There's actually quite a long row of car parking on that southern boundary of the site. So that if there was anticipated use that required quite a lot of parking, in my view, the site should be designed to be in accordance with the district plan. Condition 16V relates to the matter of a footpath along the site frontage on Dunstan Road. And there has been a change in wording there from the consent holder must construct a sealed footpath to may construct a gravel footpath. I'm not a fan of a footpath going to nowhere, but I anticipate that with the large lot residential zoning around the site, that the area will become increasingly urbanised and developed over time. Therefore, having a footpath that would connect to future development would be prudent. It also allows residents to be able to get a bit of separation from the vehicle crossing, a little bit of separation for safety's sake, before they then cross the road to get across to the rail trail. So in terms of engineering standard, I have some sympathy for the additional expense of putting in a sealed footpath. And in hindsight, look, it is a peri-urban environment. So a gravel footpath would be consistent with that particular environment, and also provide some flexibility if council were to put a continuous footpath connecting all the way back into the existing urban footpath network in Alexandra. It provides some flexibility rather than having to dig something up and reform it. So I think a gravel footpath on that basis is a sensible outcome. The final matter I'd like to just touch on is, and others have been addressing it, the potential for a connection to the rear of the site. So this is behind lots 47 to 54. Look, this isn't something that was addressed through my previous assessment or that I was asked to comment on. But similar to Mr. Church, I'm not aware of any master plan for the area that actually includes such a connection between these large lot residential development areas. From a transport perspective, a connection through the site, particularly a vehicle connection, should be considered in the context of the activities. So we have a over 60s living area here, as well as some large lot residential. Yeah, if there was a neighbourhood centre or some community facilities where getting a direct connection would be particularly important, then I think that would deliver a lot of value. In this instance, given that they are privately owned facilities, then that's of less importance. And I understand that Hillview Road is approximately 200 metres from the edge of the site, so from a transport perspective, could provide satisfactory connectivity to the wider network for those areas that run behind. And also, perhaps just as a cautionary note, if a vehicle connection was to run through the site, enabling direct connectivity for lots in behind, that additional traffic induced through this local network and then through the access onto Dunstan Road may require a higher engineering standard for the intersection on Dunstan Road. So that would, yeah, at the moment, the proposed standard is suitable, but if there was a doubling of traffic, for example, then that might warrant a right turn treatment or something like that. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you.
Did I hear correctly when I said with right away C, you've got some concerns about tightness of that corner, especially as far as refuse trucks are concerned, because I live in a cul-de-sac and my personal experiences of watching them do 13-point turns to get around the end of it. I'm assuming that the applicant in his right of reply will address those issues.
Is there a question in there?
No, I just want to confirm that. That was all. I heard it right.
So I think what Mr. McPherson is saying is that you're confirming that at the way it stands at the moment, a refuse truck will not get round that corner very comfortably as it's currently designed.
So when we undertake vehicle tracking, we generally allow for 0.5 of a metre on either side of the path of the vehicle as it tracks around a corner. In this instance, I think I measured it was about 0.25 of a metre. So if the driver makes a slight incorrection from what would otherwise be an optimal turn around a corner, and look, these are big units that they're driving, then they're going to scrape the fence or cause property damage, or as alluded to, do a few extra manoeuvres, which would be particularly inconvenient, including for other road users.
And just bear with me, I'll just go back to where I was there. So what's your thoughts that this matter could be sorted out essentially at the detailed design phase? Or does it need to be dealt with as a matter of specificity right now?
The reason why I feel it needs to be dealt with right now is that, and maybe my others on the council team may be able to comment. I understand that is a property boundary. So whether that is an issue which can be dealt with at detailed design stage, if there's insufficient road reserve to be able to work within for the vehicle manoeuvre, then it would require a change in that property boundary in order to be able to have sufficient manoeuvring space. And look, it isn't just about rubbish trucks, it's about fire and emergency vehicles as well. So anything within that reserve that was right up against the boundary would be problematic.
So for clarity, you talked about the property boundary as in lot 103. If that's from the
I think that's correct. Yes, 100% correct. Yeah. So that's southwest corner of 103.
Now, just in relation to when we look at the connectivity through to the William Hill block, which is the northwestern subdivision that is happening, I'm just interested in your opinion on whether your thoughts on how that would potentially be increase of use or not, given the 60 lot subdivision at its side.
Yeah, there's somewhat of a balance in terms of, from a transport perspective, in terms of connectivity between neighbouring areas. You don't want them to be entirely siloed such that you'd have additional vehicle movements on Dunstan Road, or forcing people to walk or cycle out onto Dunstan Road and then come back in again. There's additional potential effects there in terms of safety because of the additional manoeuvres through intersections, as well as the inconvenience of additional travel times, including for pedestrians and cyclists. So having a degree of connectivity between neighbouring areas is I support that. It's quite a long property boundary up to that point, so there would be quite a bit of additional travel that would be required should somebody have cause to visit someone in that neighbouring area. And once again, if there were community facilities, then that ups the ante in terms of how important that level of connectivity is.
Okay. So I note in your report that you don't have any intersection capacity related concerns. In relation to that, you're talking about the access off Dunstan Road.
Correct. So Mr. Carr, in his transportation assessment, which accompanies the application, undertook a left turn and right turn warrant assessment to establish whether turning bays were required or whether basic treatments, as is currently proposed in the set of conditions, was satisfactory. And I agreed with his assessment, which was conservatively high in any event, in my view, that there wasn't a need for left or right turn bays. So I'm comfortable with that intersection will perform well, both from an efficiency point of view, but also from a safety point of view.
Thank you. Nothing further from.
Are you happy with the lot 107 services, the 3 lots for 35, 36, 37 access, and I said there's some on-street parking bays allowed for there, but in terms of service and emergency vehicles, are you happy that for the foreseeable future is going to be a road to nowhere until next door is perhaps developed, but does that work? Servicing of those lots and access?
Oh, I see that short length of road between 100 by the storage facility there.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Look, I think that would be absolutely fine. There'd be sufficient room there. There's a vehicle crossing at the southern end of the storage facility. That could be used to do a 3-point turn if required. So I'm comfortable that there would be opportunities there for larger vehicles to turn around should they need to.
Thank you.
You're most welcome.
So Mr. Harnan will comment and pick up on any other outstanding matters. Mr. Harnan prepared the engineering report on the council. Roading and services.
A few things I want to say. Certainly agree with the comments made by Mr. Smith, particularly regarding right of way C. Instead of the legal one at this time that we can deal with it, particularly kind of engineering acceptance.
Just to confirm that you are happy for it to be dealt with at the time of engineering.
Regards to the footpath to be constructed on Dunstan Road, I had discussed it further with my rest of my team. We would willing to accept the gravel footpath, so long as there is a footpath. Regards to condition 18, the reserves contribution condition was the bar proposed to be struck out. I agree, it should be struck out. Was due to financial development contributions and financial contributions coming from separate pieces of legislation. This is the reason for that confusion. Subject of descriptive engineering conditions. We do prefer to issue descriptive conditions so that the various, well, so that to ensure that the standards, better ensure that the standards are met, have in the past had things fall through the gaps and they're not specifically covered out. The case here, but some developers in the past have taken a lack of specific items being called out as permission to not comply with the standards. That's all I need to say.
Thank you. Any questions, Mr. Hunt? Thank you.
Thank you. I may try and deal with the higher order questions and then get down into some of the details. I understand from the minute that you mentioned earlier today that you're seeking a legal opinion about the definition of retirement village. I won't touch on that too much, except Mr. Gresson has said in his legal submissions that I focus too much on legal ownership of lots 1 to 46 in considering that. And so perhaps it would be helpful for everyone for me to comment further about that. My reasoning there was those owners, once they've been accepted by the management entity, could manage their freehold lot however they saw fit. So that went to, in my view, whether it was being comprehensively managed by the entity or not. That in a nutshell. Since that time, there's been some further modification. The management entity can manage the landscaping on those lots, which is starting to chip away about, are they dealing with everything in relation to those lots or only giving them rights for the common space areas. So I do accept that national planning standard definition that the council has adopted is quite broad. It uses the word include. It doesn't have a specific management regime set out because a range of possible management regimes do exist, and I understand you'll get some further evidence about where similar conditions being adopted elsewhere in New Zealand. So I hope that provides some clarification why I was focusing in on the ownership of those lots 1 to 46. There have been some questions and some notes from the applicant team, but I do want to highlight what the application seeks is quite a bit of flexibility in a range of different ways. Options over who are the residents of those independent apartment living units. Started with 65 or retired 55 and their partners. Flexibility also that hasn't sort of been touched on today in terms of the management entity. Dunstan Incorporated Society was given as an example model with the constitution, bylaws and rules. But the application also sought the option for a limited company as an alternative. So that does form part of the application in terms of flexibility, also flexibility over typologies of those units within the broad framework that they're constraining themselves to. And then flexibility, the ultimate flexibility in terms of staging past stage 1, whatever is considered a logical staging as they may determine whether it's stage 2 through 12 or stage 2 through 4 could be determined, and they're seeking approval on that basis. Having said that, they are still tying themselves for certain things to happen at certain times. But there have been some questions in relation to approval of a building on lot 100 that I might come to in due course. I do acknowledge that the applicant tried to take the condition framework that the council has commonly used, on other approvals and volunteered those conditions as part of their application. And in some ways, that's been helpful to understand what the effects of the subdivision and land use would be, that there are some limits in terms of design controls and those kinds of things. They're tying themselves, and we can be reasonably certain of within that broad framework of flexibility that I was just talking about earlier. I didn't, in the way that information was presented, go through having just considered that it wasn't necessary or even possible to grant consent for a retirement village in this situation, and then pick out what of those conditions that were volunteered by the applicant would no longer be required. The things along the lines of consent notices. On that, there are some activity rules in the plan structure, and then there is the standards. And I don't agree with the proposition, Mr. Barr, that it's important for them to have consent as a retirement village and a comprehensive residential development. I think there are alternatives, pathways offered by those land use activities, and then apply the standards. What I'm used to more commonly is that you might receive an application for an activity and you work out what are the component activities that form part of it and apply the rules that would come out of that. Do you have a commercial activity as well as a residential activity? And then follow the rule structure from that. But I haven't seen the example where the two things are together at the same time from a land use activity point of view.
Does that mean it's not impossible?
The way the plan's structured, I don't think that is possible. That's my view. If I did take it as my role, I mean, I haven't gone through a formal assessment, would have recommended conditions for a number of those consent notices. If it was simply a comprehensive residential development to restrict age ownership, no, I wouldn't have done that. But they were volunteered by the applicants, and I'm not tinkering with what they've proposed. You know, there's an element of they're entitled to have their application considered as they've presented it, and it forms part of the application. So really what I'm pulling out there is that there's a balance to understanding the broad framework and the effects of the activity that they're proposing, and what can be reasonably determined from those conditions that they've volunteered. Just picking up on Mr. Garden's point that if it's not required to have consent granted as retirement village, then there are a number of consent conditions that fall away. Visual effects of the proposal and what's proposed in that comprehensive residential development, if it's solely assessed on that basis, there are still consent notices relating to design controls. And in my view, those shouldn't fall away. It's those other aspects about age ownership, management entity, those kinds of things. So I can deal with quickly through some of the, maybe as a broad principle, is it necessary to have this level of prescription and conditions? And when you've got an engineering acceptance stage, the sign off on the engineering design meets the relevant standards. We simply need at this stage an understanding of design and the rule triggers, and are they getting consent if it were. I think the broader issue in terms of the subdivision in a residential zone is it reasonable to see it serviced? What are the effects on the broader infrastructure network by having this level of demand? Is there capacity? Does it need to be built in? Do they need to tie in with it? And you don't necessarily need to get down to that level of detail. You just, and that overriding condition for engineering acceptance does give a lot of assurance that that will be given sufficient scrutiny. Mr. Barr suggested some wording because there is, it's important in those conditions are sufficiently certain for everyone, you know, the council to enforce them, the applicant to actually comply with them. But I'm reasonably comfortable where it's giving an option for some flexibility without having to go through a formal 127 process to change conditions based on engineering standards if everyone's agreed. The way that they're structured at the moment, I take the point that dealt with on an individual level for each service. I'm quite comfortable with the suggestion Mr. Barr has that you build it right at the top level as an alternative option. You're still providing a certain option for compliance, but if everyone agrees, some alternative might be possible. As a broader issue, I do act for other councils, and there's quite a bit of variation on this point about the level of design required at this stage and what's written into conditions. I can say that Darwin District Council, for instance, taking the engineering acceptance condition and saying, we're going to deal with all of this detailed design. We're quite comfortable with that. In fact, they actually require their developers to get all of that sign off before they apply for their subdivision consent and land use consent now. So, so that's done much earlier, but they're quite happy that it doesn't help anyone to give them the detail in these consent conditions. They're in a similar position. They've got Selwyn Water, a water sector entity.
So what protections do they put in place so that the initial application, pick up on Mr. Harnon's point of things going gaps in the system over the passage of time? What protections are put in place so that that doesn't happen?
So the protection is that they have all of the design information and they've made their decisions before you even get to this point. So that's one option, but not helpful if there's still some things to be.
But I guess we're not in that situation here.
I'm just trying to give you some sort of framework. I mean, it's of no relevance to you what other councils do. It's just the question was what assurance, and I was going to deal with similar situation with, they've got Selwyn Water dealing with their connections and whether they can meet demand, and they're putting in a new process because they've got a new entity similar to your situation. They're working through that. So I'm just offering these. Yeah, it's in terms of what's been put forward in recommended conditions and the variations. I think you've got the surety that gaps won't be there because each thing's ticked off and there's a formal engineering acceptance stage. On the matter of financial contribution for reserves, I agree it's not helpful that there's an advice note. Also, increasing reserves, it wasn't an intention to double dip. It was certainly one or the other. And if just following the usual conditions, similar to the William Hill estate, they had a financial contributions for reserves as separate for their other development contributions. And you've got your policy for the development contribution assessment.
Okay. So
it's unhelpful. The easiest way would be to strike out that advice note dealing with the same matter. But not talk about 30,000 voluntary conditions, so I'll skip over that. In terms of lighting, but he felt it was providing more helpful wording. I see it as a little a more limited requirement, not the certainty that was in the condition as proposed, but that's as much as I say there. It's not a standard from the plan, even though council may be supportive of a dark sky environment, unless if it had not been for the applicant volunteering that condition in the first place, I wouldn't have included it in conditions.
Okay, on that notice then, are you happy with Mr. Barr's recommendation or unhappy with Mr. Barr's recommendation?
Because it's not a requirement of the plan. It's okay. All I'm trying to point out, it's a lesser standard in my view than what was originally written by the applicant, but I don't mind if it's deleted entirely. So if it's amended in that way, that's okay. Yet to say that is that certainty for council in compliance enforcement, because ultimately it sits with you. In terms of contaminated soil, I sought to add that it was the applicant's approach that they were going to remediate the contaminated soil on the site. But it's an important step of the process to have that site validation reporting once they've done the work. Got the reporting to demonstrate that it was done. That's why I added those particular conditions. In terms of its timing, it's quite sensible timing for it to be done first, rather than there's a lot of earthworks going on at the site at the same time. Don't have the same level of control and focus that people sort of things it off, and we haven't got the contaminated site management plan or the remedial action plan. So in terms of the suggestion that there be an exception, that it doesn't have to be after engineering acceptance, I think is quite sound and reasonable. That assumes that there would be its own erosion and sediment control plan in relation to that remedial action plan. Sometimes you try not to duplicate requirements, because there's, for those general earthworks, you have your own erosion sediment control plan that you could possibly leverage off as well, but it should be in that remedial action plan as well. In terms of the asbestos, fully managed, and the best way of approaching that is to remove the asbestos so that you don't have it entering soil. You have a contaminated soil issue that needs to be addressed in them. And if you manage it correctly, so it's also quite sensible that that building is demolished as part of early works. And sometimes you might specify a whole range of things that might happen in early works. And I think dealing with the contaminated soil issue and removal of the building and asbestos would be quite sensible. You could separate it out that way, or adopt the applicant's suggestion for those exceptions. On the matter of can additional buildings be constructed on lots 1 to 46? There are design controls in the conditions already. It has to be in accordance with the approved plans and the typologies. And if you look at the landscaping plan, it has building footprints. That could be quite a limiting factor to having an accessory building. So it's not shown. So it may either need to come back and vary that landscaping plan that is approved. So there is some surety for council, I think, in that respect. If you look at the way the design control conditions are worded. There is a definition of comprehensive residential development in the plan, and I won't repeat it here, but I would seek to clarify Mr. Barr's comment that the definition finds it as a 1,500 square metre minimum allotment as part of that definition. It doesn't. In the large lot residential zone, it's just that you have to be a 2 hectares site or more before those standards can be applied, and it's within the standard that's listed for comprehensive residential development that it refers to that 1,500 square metres. It's just a minor point. It's not in the definition, it's in the standards. Directed in right of reply that some comment be in response to the submitter's concern about chimneys, about whether they're within height of a building that's approved. The answer lies in definitions, the definition of height, the definition of building, and the standards. If you look at the standards, chimneys in this zone are permitted 1.1 metre wide up to 1 metre high. So to some extent, chimneys could be greater than the height limits relating to buildings that they've by themselves, and height in relation to buildings are further consideration. What may intrude within the session plane. But I'll allow. So it's reasonably clear, it's easy to answer. So
So that's just going back. So you're talking about lots 21 and 22 there, which are the two on the corner, which are just set down for, I guess, bespoke design.
it's right. There was a question of what buildings, and it would also apply for those larger lots as well, because they have got a defined building typology named. So the likes of 54, 51, 15 times as well. The applicant volunteered to limit the heights of buildings less than the permitted standard in relation to some of particularly lots 21 and 22. But there's some elements that could possibly intrude above that, but that's easily understood.
So from your understanding and the information supplied by the applicant, you believe that those, in your opinion, those concerns are addressed?
Yes, yeah. We're probably getting close to the list. So I was just going to, particularly in relation to the discussion of conditions and relating to and access, and I would defer to the experts and their view. I'm not, I would accept their advice on that matter. Diagram E, adopt the Ospreys instead of that. As an example, the signage manoeuvring marking for the 1 lane right of way. The lot 100 parking area, their comments in relation to that, and the footpath, whether it's gravel. The only comment I would make along Dunstan Road is that there was a change requested by the applicant for may instead of must, and I'm not comfortable with may provide a with, I don't understand how that's.
What are you pointing to? Sorry, which one?
Sorry, condition 16B, I think it is. It could be gravel. I take the comments. In my view, it might be a timing issue. It might not be great. It doesn't connect to anything, but sometimes you have to start somewhere. Gravel might be a good option. Like that would be accepted, but it's just the way it's proposed to change that wording to from must to may. I still would prefer must, so it's clear to everyone. The only, in relation to right of way C, it's a right of way over lot 103. It's not an access lot. So you could change the dimensions of that right of way to deal with the manoeuvring issue of no consequence to the overall subdivision, the density calculation that's been done.
Sorry.
Some tweaking of that right of way to make it a little bit wider in those corners. It, my view isn't a lot boundary issue as it was raised by Mr. Smith, because it's just a right of way over that lot, that larger lot.
Smith online. See.
Yes, I am. Yes.
Could you, just while we've got you there, could you make comment on that, please? Did you hear that from Mr. White?
Yes, I did. In my response on this particular matter, I was uncertain as to whether there would be a property boundary that would need to be adjusted, and alluded to the fact that other members of the council team may be better informed than me on that particular matter. So it sounds like Mr. White has provided you with some helpful advice there.
It's the extent of notes, like I was trying to anticipate your questions you directed me as during proceedings, but if there's anything else I can assist with, I'd be happy to comment further.
Just so I'm 100% clear on that last part, confirming that what you're saying is that the right of way is actually a matter of easement widening to accommodate concerns as far as the traffic assessment is. Okay. And I'm sure Mr. Cresson and Mr. Barr may have something to say about that in their right of reply. Questions? Mr. White. Actually, be with me. I think you have actually answered a lot of the questions that I needed to. Just in relation to the flexibility of the aspects that you would like that the applicant has requested, and I'm just going back over the point that you made earlier. What you're saying is that should we be of a mind to approve this, that there is some aspects that can actually be done prior to that engineering sign off.
Yes, and I tried to deal with the ones, the demolition of the building, dealing with asbestos and the contaminated soil particularly. I think that's quite sensible, and it's better to do them independently for the reasons I said, rather than it be sort of, you bring in the bulldozers and they go into an area that they shouldn't.
And do you think that there should be, I mean, obviously that would be, there's a timing on that? Is that, so obviously you've stated that it would be better to be done before. Could that be?
Yes, I don't have a very firm view. I mean, in terms of the only main staging information we've got is that stage 1, and the buildings can remain because the right of way sits outside of that particular building. So it doesn't have to be done before stage 1, but it depends on what forms part of stage 2. They could start and go sort of essentially north first along the frontage rather than. So it all depends. Maybe the applicant determine what their preference is, or they just want to maintain that overall flexibility. They could just mark off that area, for instance, where the contamination is, and deal with other parts of the site first.
Okay, thank you. Who's going to take the lead here?
Well, I wonder if we just take 5 minutes, if that's okay, just to make sure between ourselves we've covered all the issues that we need to reply
No
on.
problem. Do you guys want to, have we got someone that can? Come back, guys. I should have said to you earlier that you are welcome to defer if you would like to defer input, obviously, because we're still waiting on the legal opinion from council. So it's entirely up to you whether you would like, because
Yeah, I think the only thing we might need to come back on is just an updated set of conditions that will address the things we're about to cover. But I can speak to them anyway by reference to the conditions. Starting at 16. Yes. That was the condition relating to the storage facility parking, which Mr. Barr struck out. There was some discussion around the need for that to be as per the rule in the plan. And the clarification there is that the lot 100 crossing, the condition can remain in respect of the lot 100 crossing, but not refer to
So meaning to say we agree that the heavy duty crossings are appropriate. However, we remain of the view that people are not driving to this place to park to do something. Rather, they're living 100 metres away. They've got their caravan park there and they're walking there. So we don't need car parks engineered to a council standard in that storage facility. That remains our preference.
The next
Sorry,
one,
can I just give me 2 seconds? I'm just
Sorry.
trying to make sure that I capture all of this. Sorry. Okay, thank you.
the next one is V, which is the requirement to construct a footpath. And we've noted Mr. White's comments and are happy to amend that wording from may back to must, and keep gravel, the old having been struck out. Next one was the design controls at condition 17 at Roman numeral 6D, which is the fencing condition Commissioner McPherson noted. And happy for timber paling to be removed from or excluded from being a material that would be used as part of those fencing materials that are referred to.
So that would still allow posts and rail, make for a carpet, but not that.
Turning to the lighting condition on the next page, we're happy for that original wording to be put back in. Lighting should not create any light spill. And if we go down to G under land use in general, and this is in response to the fair concern that was raised around ancillary buildings, residential flats, being whether they would be allowed or not, and a condition can go in there confirming that no residential flats can be constructed on lots 1 to 46. Then we've got the lots 51 and 54 being currently subject to that 6 and a 3 metre setback. And Conways have noted or asked whether that extends to lots 49 and 50, and Glenoir is content to confirm that it does. Yes, and if it might have been missed because it's in a different place in the conditions, but under the design controls 17, you've got the 6 metre setbacks for the other 2 lots on that boundary, 21 and 22. So that requirement already exists. The 51 and 54 already existed, and we're including 49 and 50. I think that's it as far as the conditions. But there are a few other things that I'll just cover off that were either raised or further discussed by the submitters and council officers. The first one being in relation to the suggestion of a connection, roading or pedestrian connection to the rear, and it's confirmed that based on the traffic and engineering advice in particular, there's no proposal for that to be provided for in this application, and no basis on which you can conclude, or you could conclude that an adverse effect as a result of not providing a connection would be such to require one proposed provided. The points that were noted by Mr. Smith and then Mr. White around right of way C and whether and to what extent that might need to be adjusted. Could that be done as part of the engineering acceptance process? Would property boundaries need to be adjusted? And the short answer is that can be done as part of the engineering acceptance process, and it would simply be an adjustment of not the boundary, it would simply be where that right of way easement would sit within 103. So that could all be done, it would all be done pre the titling of those lots. Yeah, okay, jump in.
Safety assessment, design safety assessment. Yes. Sort of.
And Mr. Gardens confirmed there'd be no issue with volunteering a safety assessment requirement as part of that.
Which would cover all traffic and pedestrian and all sorts of aspects of the.
For the right of way.
No, what I'm suggesting as part of that engineering approval process, and given the nature of this use, rather than trying to preempt how stuff works, it could all be soaked up by an expectation that we undertake a safety assessment, a traffic, pedestrian, cycling, open space, whatever, safety assessment as part of an engineering acceptance process. So I'm suggesting that we do that, which will, I think, address a lot of these kind of concerns about recent design.
Okay. I guess that, yeah, that, so just so I'm clear, are you talking about in relation to all the roading within that's going to be vested with council? Or are you only talking about the parts that you guys manage?
That's a good question. So I think council's own standards address the vested roads. I suppose I'm suggesting that we also respect to our common shared space and rights of way, do this kind of safety assessment of that as well.
So that's for the right of way and for the common area.
Period.
Okay.
And including the storage and stuff. Yep.
But you're talking about the joint lots. Yeah, the jointly held lots with 46 owners. Okay.
The next point, and I think Mr. White's point was fair and it's accepted around what conditions would be sort of redundant or not accepted as being required if the proposal wasn't a retirement village, and he referred to the design controls which it's accepted would remain, together with the maintenance entity conditions. It's not proposed that they would fall away. The main one that really wouldn't be required would be the specific requirements around what qualifies people to live in this development, namely the age restriction condition.
Could I just offer a wee bit of rationale to that for people's context? We would still have that age restriction in what we present in terms of covenants in management entity. This question is describing as it then so be a consent notice that council needs to impose. So we're not trying to in any way kind of unwind the proposition that we've proposed. We're just suggesting that it need not then be a consent notice, which has an enforcement duty from all from council.
Further points, the issue around heights, I think Mr. White correctly explained the position in relation to that. And then unless Mr. Barr or Mr. Garden pick up on anything I've missed, the other main thing was just around this discussion of the other 8 lots and if and when they might form part of the retirement village itself. And the short point is for the purposes of this proposal is that they are 8 separate residential lots, and consent is being sought in relation to the retirement living aspect of the proposal for the 46. Future options or possibilities don't come into the assessment per se of what's proposed. And then in that vein, there was some discussion. You initially asked Mr. Barr about the difference between the retirement village meaning, what that entails, versus the comprehensive development of the plan and what that entails. And he essentially said they're 2 different concepts. And I think Mr. White suggested that they were incompatible concepts, or you couldn't have one, you could only have one and not the other. I think the correct view of it is they're dealing with different things, but a retirement village complex can also, and we say is, a comprehensive development.
Just for clarification, Madam Chair, your question was the difference between comprehensive residential development and independent retirement living, which is a construct proposed. And I sought clarification on it. I was probably being a bit fussy, but I answered the question directly is that the district plan rule is retirement village. I answered the question in a certain way, but I'm not so because your question was to do with the concept versus the rule. And if your question was on what I thought to be the rule, I would have answered it differently.
So I asked you about I did write this down, bear with me, I'll find it so I can make sure it's correct. So where are we? I'm pretty sure that I asked you about my question was, what was the difference between a comprehensive residential development and independent retirement living?
Yes.
You just detailed the 1,500 square metres as the basis for that, and then for the comprehensive, and then it was concept specific to this application.
Yes.
That was your answer.
Yes, because your question was retirement living, and the rule in the district plan is retirement village.
Yes, and the application used to IRL, so that's why I was asking you.
Yes.
That's our marketing term.
That's our marketing term.
That's our term of art, really. That's what we use to. That's what we'll talk to the world about. It's not a planning reference.
So the reference in the district plan, which is the contested issue, which Mr. White squared up to sort of unsolicited, was, is there a difference between comprehensive residential, or is comprehensive residential development compatible with retirement village in terms of the rule, the land use rule in the district plan? And my answer would have been different.
So we will be, obviously we've got advice coming to that, so we won't, and which will be circulated to you guys for comment, of course.
Yeah.
So to all submitters and parties.
Lovely sight.
Yeah.
Just small There's a question about the water bore and use of potable versus non. That's the sort of thing that would fall to the purview of the incorporated society and the management, the ongoing management. And it's also the sort of thing that would be picked up in one of these sort of safety management. So I feel that gets covered off. To what referenced the flexibility reference the reservation of options, I think, in the conditions about incorporated society versus limited company or whatever. As our thinking has moved on, it's pretty clear that that incorporated society structure is preferred. So if the consent condition wanted to try and narrow in on some of that optionality, we would have no problem with that. And we did just have a bit of discussion about staging and the various kind of questions or comments that have been raised today about what happens at what stages. Now, a very quick, just to reflect, our very quick discussion now is probably not scared of offering a wee bit more prescription if it was necessary, but at the same time, we didn't think there was too much of an effects-based concern based on how it's presented at the moment. So we're not offering to change, but equally we don't think there are too many problems with how it's proposed. We are certainly in agreement with Mr. White's summary of how we try and get some of those preparatory jobs done before we climb into earthworks. So that well aligned on that certain scope of works happening for engineering acceptance. Good practices about asbestos management, removal certification, and that's a given, and it is best done before earthworks start happening. That's all I had to add. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. That concludes the applicant's reply.
Okay, so obviously we will reserve our decision. The formal decision will be in writing and obviously will be available within the period of 15 working days. I acknowledge that there is some more information to come, so there's going to be some time in there. In the event that the release of the decision is delayed, the applicant will be advised of the delay, so the hearing is now adjourned. Thank you.